All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the final semi-finals of the MiniLCS Winter Open 2026. This is the second half of the Hardstuck Heroes semi-finals, so we already know who we're going to be seeing in the other half. We know that Gromp Support Group, obviously 2 days ago, they were able to secure their place in finals, beating Hardstuck Helmets. But today, we're going to see whether or not FRUITMAXXERS or CHImps will be joining them next week in that grand finals. So we're just going to go straight into draft here. We can see FRUITMAXXERS are on blue side. I believe CHImps won side selection, so they chose red side here. Also going to quickly introduce a returning caster here for us. So we have Sai with us today. Not Chapati Master Sai, but old school Sai, the one that was here from the previous seasons. Significantly less screaming on the broadcast, I'm sure, but what's good, Sai? It's good to have you back.
It's good to be back. Good to be back. So, fun fact: I was in the original MiniLCS, wasn't I? If I recall correctly.
A long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, this was back when I remember this because this was when I did the Twisted Fate Smite jungle, where you every 6 auto attacks was like a stun or something, right? Wow, so weird to see me go from that
2014 times.
Yeah, still playing jungle though. Still playing jungle.
I was gonna say that hasn't played yet in a 2014 plus, 2024 plus MiniLCS, but that's not because I haven't been asking. But either way, let's focus on the game here. So just to give you a bit of context, FRUITMAXXERS have yet to drop a series. They placed first in their group. They were in Group B, so they faced up against my team, Dillamond Esports. They beat us 2-1. We were the only team in the group to actually take a game off of them. They beat Aberdeen Clearing in the quarterfinals very cleanly. Again, another quick 2-0 for them. So they've looked fairly dominant coming into this, where I'd say that CHImps have had a little bit of a rockier road. So they placed second in their group. Was Group A, so it was the group with 6 teams in it, and that allowed them, even though they were second seed, they still got the bye into quarterfinals because of their group being the larger and more difficult group to get through. In quarterfinals though, they did beat MacMoody's Mandem, who were favorited actually to beat them. I think most people had CHImps making it to top 4, and most that didn't have top 4 had them as a top 8 finish, so they're already punching above what the expectation was for them. And if they can win today, make finals, I think they'll destroy everybody's pick'ems, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. But we'll have to see. Let's have a look at these drafts before we get into game though, because we have FRUITMAXXERS on blue side. They B1 the Gwen. Good flex pick there. They could go jungle, could go top. And if we actually look at their draft though, we see, I believe it is going to be top lane. It's going to be the Gwen for G59. And they're sending Wukong jungle for Pensive. They have Snow, who is a substitute for them at the moment because Z-Man couldn't play, unfortunately. There was a big kind of scheduling conflicts with this series that meant that I believe both teams are actually running substitutes in this series. We've got Snow in the mid lane for FRUITMAXXERS, and there's oh god, his name evades me. They don't have their normal AD carry Dutch Pichu on the side of CHImps, but his the name of the substitute is evading me. Give me a second and I can find out for you.
I was about to say, imagine being a substitute and you're gonna roll in with a Philios. Nikki coming in with the Philios. That's
Philios
very it's really interesting, right? If we get into this draft, like minus the Gwen, FRUITMAXXERS team fighting is insane here. Like, this is like team fighting is their way forward, right? Where if you look at CHImps, there is so much pick, right? There's so much pick potential. Like, your team fighting is Aphelios and Ari resets realistically, right? But like looking over at blue side, if I was to put money on drafts, my money is on blue side. Also, congratulations to Paper Knight for hitting Master Tier. Ended this last split Diamond 3 and kicked it all the way to Master Tier. Congratulations to him. Picking Alistar here, and he's been a fan of these sort of like tankier supports that normally go Bandle pipes. Now I know I'm not 100% sure what patch we're on here, but I know there are some.
It's on live, so
it's on live. So I believe. Sorry, when I meant what patch we on, I genuinely meant like have the Bandle Pipes nerf have come through, because I believe there's a patch incoming where Bandle Pipes are getting nerfed and Lockets getting buffed to sort of like make them more viable for each other.
Yeah, so this was played literally last night. It was live streamed courtesy of Good Chimps, but we obviously wanted to get our own one going of the VODs just so we have our own clips and whatnot. And we can kind of publish an MVP vote for it as well, because it'll be on the first party. But yeah, no, you're 100% right on Paper Knight's champion pool. When we faced them, a part of our prep for it was to try and force him onto enchanters, because most of his high mastery champions, most of his comfort champions, it's stuff like Alistar, it's stuff like Braum, it's stuff like Poppy, it's things where he has a go button, where he kind of gets to make the fight, take the fight himself. Although, hold up, because we're going to see a good little trade there for Patarina and G59. Exhaust was burnt, Flash was burnt for Patarina as well. So, fairly equal trade, but they're both pretty low. Let's say that works out. Any trade for a Tryndamere when you can get your opponent low is pretty good for you if you have access to the wave, because you can farm up with your Fury and then just press Q and you're back up to like close to full, right? He's very much one of those kind of like war of attrition type champions where he's happy to take small trades. Doesn't need to all in you immediately, because whenever they take those trades, he gets to kind of just heal up off his Q. Kind of, you know, easy time for him, right?
So that was super interesting, because normally if you're going to do... I really think the Gwen player overestimated their exhaust there, because if you're going to do a fight like that with Tryndamere, you're not going to do it like at level 2, level 3. You know, you're going to do it... You're going to zone him off the wave. You don't want him to have that Fury going into that fight, because once again, I believe there was a change at the start of the season. I'm not sure if his passive is 30% or 40% crit. But once again, at level 1 plus lethal tempo, insane dueling potential if you let him build Fury on the wave, which he did. He built Fury on the wave, he went for the spin and smacked him up, and exhaust wasn't good enough. Here we got a hook onto Alistar, so only just going to be a bit of an aggressive trade. Coming down to this, the junglers now, we've got...
Oh, this is rough here for Silas. I think he might die here, to be honest. A little bit of the dog's going to catch him, and then that's going to be Theos going to come out for the first blood. I actually want to talk a little bit about the jungle matchup here as well, from a player perspective, because I think that Theos has been one of the best junglers in Hardstuck, to be honest with you. He's had consistent advantages. And for my money, I think he's up there, probably top 2 with the Hardstuck Helmets jungler, Wilmer, as probably the best junglers in the bracket. Whereas Pensive here is he was a substitute. He is now a full-time player for FRUITMAXXERS. And he's been doing pretty well considering he's not had long to really kind of gel with their team. But, you know, I'm seeing already the Neferi's had some impacts. She's actually up CS as well, and we're going to see an engage here from Paper Knight onto the Aphelios, but Varus is going to get caught with a hook and an exhaust to kind of mitigate what he can get done here. And with the low mana bar, it's kind of a rough time for Varus, right? I think Varus, I mean, he hasn't bought anything, but we can see from his runes, he's going poke Varus, right? So he kind of needs that mana for the piercing arrow. He needs it for the Chains of Corruption when he hits 6. And you don't really want to trade if he doesn't have the mana to do so, right? I think Aphelios is probably happy to take those more extended trades, but he has fleet footwork. Is that normal for Aphelios? I don't actually know.
No,
that's
it's
an
not.
interesting tech.
But once it could be matchup dependent, obviously, because once again, fleet of footwork is not bad into a poke lane. So if he sort of saw the poke pick coming, which once again is a bit bizarre because poke Varus has been nerfed. Maybe it was a bit of scouting that was done previously. Meanwhile, this disgusting Tryndamere trade on this level 6 spike. Oh, if he would have double critted, he would have just ghosted and R'd him down right there. Going to this bot lane, it was really interesting, right? Because when we were seeing that trade, we saw that the Alistar was low and the Aphelios was low, showing that red side wasn't actually focusing Varus in the trades and therefore was able to absorb up the damage. Unfortunately, though, Aphelios did have red gun and just healed back up into a neutral lane state, which once again, you know, we mentioned it with Tryndamere. You know, if you get to do an even trade and then you get to heal up off the minion wave, it's a good time. Speaking of minion waves, though, we've got bot lane trying to freeze the bot lane, and hopefully they're going to be able to abuse a level 6 timer, as in the all-in from Varus can be terrifying. but they're not backing to spend money. Looks like they're trying to choose to sacrifice tempo to set up Dragon? Question mark?
I mean, we've only got 2 members here, or FRUITMAXXERS, really in position for this Drake, and honestly, it kind of looks like Pensive is caught out here. He's gonna have to use the
huge.
clone.
Philios has
Yeah, he's got BF sword. We've seen a Fury bring out the ult hit onto Alistar. Alistar does have flash. He couldn't get out if he needs to. Luckily, balls of steel there on Paper Knight to not burn the flash and get out nonetheless. So yeah, really good discipline.
Wow,
yeah,
discipline. If that was me, I would flash.
Yeah, I would flash immediately, bro. You gotta be out of your mind if you think I'm not flashing that. I didn't think he was getting out for a second, especially without ultimate, right? Like, he's only level 5, and in my head, I'm like, that is the deadest cow I've ever seen. But,
oh wait, what's Gwen doing here?
okay,
This is
Needlework is gonna come out.
this is a little ambitious. He does have.
Yeah.
He does refuse to die. Oh, Gwen has priority. She's gonna stack up her Q. Is she gonna look for a little cheeky EQ? Trindamer has.
She has flash as well. She could try and like EQ flash maybe, because it will
It's
like path with it.
not
No?
enough. Because once again, Trindamer just got his Q off,
Yeah.
and like the natural health regen stacking up. What is? Gwen needs to leave though. Neferi's gonna come and kill her.
Yeah, you can see the Neferi coming on the top side, right? She's going straight to the lane. She hasn't got ultimate yet, from what I can see, so I think we might.
Yeah, she just used it in bot lane.
Yeah.
Oh, Trindamer got the slowdown.
Oh, hold up. Never mind. Yeah, this is still just going to be a kill. This is greed by G59. Gets himself caught. And gonna have to have a look at that Grey Fountain for like 15 seconds there while we wait for everything to kind of come back.
G59's. It feels like G59's been really greedy in this matchup. I feel like, I mean, they've got a CS lead, so admittedly, maybe that's where the confidence is coming from. But it's just like, from the trades that we've been seeing, I don't know. I feel like G59's picking wrong trades here.
No, I agree. I think that there's been kind of, ego situation with G59, to be honest with you. So if you want a little bit of player history, G59, formerly known as Perfect Form, was a console. Oh, no, let's talk about this play first. Let's see, Curse of Ra takes 2 turret shots with a trouble, and this is a very poorly executed dive. Aphelios is going to be able to try and chase down Alistar here. I don't think he has the best guns in the world for this, though. And eventually, he's going to let Paper Knight live. He realizes he's on his own. Blossom is on the other side of the map right now, trying to kind of make something happen. But that's still a massive net positive here for Bicky, who's got dove and walked out with a kill, and isn't gonna miss any XP, isn't gonna miss a wave. Meanwhile, Curse of Ra, he's gonna miss several, as it looks like I think Aphelios is gonna be able to crash the wave in, but he is gonna get there just in time. So not too much.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you cleanse, that removes the Varus W, no?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Pretty sure it does. It's considered as a debuff because once again, you just saw that Varus just did no damage there, right? And Alistar didn't drop tower aggro, from what I saw. And so
Alistar took 2 turret shots, and then he walked out of range, and then Varus took the third one, I think. And then from that third shot, it was close to that. He was pretty much dead. Like, there was nothing he could do.
I mean, still, that was just. Once again, that was just that BF spike, right? Like, BF first back is one of the most satisfying things that you can have on ADC, right? It's like when GP backs on Sheen or Aurelia backs on Vampiric Scepter. It's just this huge spike that, once again, allows you to do stuff like this. Because that was only like, that was white-green, I believe, he used. I was trying to remember
it was white-green.
What the sniper. I was trying to remember what color the sniper one was for a second there. But yeah, that was just wow. Oh, meanwhile, aggressive trade. Neferi's here again.
Oh, this time I think they're gonna get Paper Knight. Surely he's gonna knock them up. He hits the headbutt. Now he bins the flash. So he is okay. He actually gets out. Ooh, Curse of Ra gonna blow up Bicky's there with a very nice piercing arrow and straight through the Aphelios. That one went.
So that was big. That was Chain of Corruption. That was Chain of Corruption full damage stack.
Yeah. But blown up.
That was huge. Like, I was very disapproving of the play because the Alistar ult was just a little late. Like the Alistar ult was just a little late. Like there was possibly could have been like an extra 150 HP that could have been saved, but then just the Varus damage just to turn around, it caught me off guard. I was so surprised that Alistar even lived.
Okay,
Speaking of surprises though, we got a tower dive top lane. Wukong taking so much damage, but it doesn't matter. Oh, Neferi is here. Oh, it's
should just be a double. Yeah, and then Theus is 4-0 right now, 1.5k up on Pensive. He has been in the right place at the right time for these kind of plays here on this Neferi. And Neferi is one of those champions that can take over the game if she's given enough resources. Although I know that they're not going for the current like meta build on Neferi, so I'll be interested to see what they finish this off as. Meanwhile, Felios caught out just completely on his own, and going to be an easy 2-for-1 kill. Well, sorry, 2v1 kill, I should say. Forecast of Ra there. Happy to get that gold in his pocket.
This Neferi, this is the old school Conqueror build, right?
Yeah.
So this is probably going to be this next item. Once again, it's a pretty flexible. It could be Black Cleaver, Spirit of Shojin, sort of leaning into that sort of multi-Q sort of value, right? That's what they're going to be looking at there. But I really do love this sort of... I do like pick comps because obviously I know this is 5v5 competitive, but once again we're not LCS, we're mini LCS, so you've still got those solo queue tendencies, and these pick sort of comps are a lot more satisfying. Meanwhile, that charm went wide, double wombo combo knock up Alistar, Wukong, Aphelios coming in trying to rip damage back out, but Varus is going to go down. Neferi with the reset going back in, Ari with the resets. Are we going to get anything? Are we not?
Oh yeah, Snow is trying his hardest here to get something, and if he can get that shutdown on the Neferi, that is actually big there, getting Neferi off the map. They somehow win that fight. I was going to say it started off looking really rough for FRUITMAXXERS there. I thought that they were outnumbered, I thought they were outgunned, but landing a massive multi-man cyclone, Pensive and Silas there, Snow on the Silas, was able to kind of run that fight, and it ended up being a 4-for-2 in the end. Although top lane now, looks like Gwen might be dying here. She's gonna try and reset in this bush while Trendam is there, but I don't know where we're going with this one. We're gonna try and maneuver around.
I think Trinamid genuinely actually lost track of Gwen there. He's actually gonna give up.
But there's two members of the team here ready to try and get this, so I don't think he's getting away, and Aramiria there's gonna find it midway through the base. Yeah, they looks like CHImps have kind of set themselves on a mission to make this top lane as life hell, and even though he is winning the lane individually, we've seen Neferi up there twice, we've seen Neferi and Ari go up there just to see that they can make sure they shut that kill down there, and so they're very much trying to make the Gwen useless, and she's still, equal in gold, give or take a couple hundred, but here's Pensive and Snow coming in to try and shut down Patarina there. They get his second death of the game. Although, hold up, a little Hex Flash action there from the Alistar, gonna land onto Thresh, but nothing really gonna come of it here. I do want to say that Varus is significantly up right now. He's on Yomu's Ghostblade, so he's got that item advantage. And if they can continue to poke in this lane, it should stay that way, right? He's 2-2-2. He's got his Swifty. His bot lane quest is completed. He's got the Yomu's Ghostblade. Tyr is stacking on a Mana Moon. So
wait, I was literally just about to say, is that due to Zerkagru's difference? But it's not. Wait, how is Aphelios like 1,000 gold behind?
I mean, the
Varus
gold,
must have gotten a shutdown.
the bot lane quest was, that gives you a couple hundred, right? And then I assume you got two assists. He's like nearly 30 CS up, so, that's probably where the majority of the gold is coming from. I think a mixture of the quest and the extra, oh my god, why is that hard? Hold up, Needlework here is going to hit onto Patarina. He did burn Ghost for the exhaust.
Oh, landing the R2 as well. Oh, unfortunately. See, once again, if Gwen would have exhausted earlier there, it would have cut out the ghost value, which just, that's so unfortunate. But going back to that dragon fight though, like, first of all, I don't know how Ari missed on that Alistar. Oh, Nev. Okay, cool. I don't know how Ari missed that charm on Alistar. That was a bit sort of consequential. And then but the wombo combo of Alistar and Wukong, this is what I was talking about in the draft, right? Which is just that their team fights are insane. But unfortunately, this tower dive is not, as Alistar is just getting chunked down to half. He does have
hook.
ultimate if he wants to use it. He's probably going to use it for the hook. And meanwhile, it's all going on to Varus. Does Aphelios have ult? He does, but he's only got white-blue. He doesn't have white-red. They don't want to chase it down. Why is that? He doesn't have cleanse. He does. Aphelios doesn't have cleanse, and Varus has ult.
Also, it looks like Thresh was sitting on a lot of cash because he's just gone back and finished off Bandle Pipes. So I imagine now that he has that first item, they're going to be looking for a little bit more. You know, they're going to maybe go for a little bit more aggression. Both of them are on first item power spikes. Seeing Pensive upper top here. I don't think there's anything to be gained though, and we're going to see Theus in the mid lane with Arameria is going to crack open the tier 1 mid. And now they're going to try their best to drive this one down bot side, maybe overload bot with a 4v2. Surely FRUITMAXXERS are aware of this though. They saw where the Herald was driving to. So here comes Ari and Spirit Rush behind. TP's going to come in, and it looks like Varus and Alistar were unaware, as they're going to eat the entirety of that Aphelios ult. Luckily here, in comes Snow, who's going to be able to secure a kill on return. And Pensive is waddling in behind a little bit late. But I think that's overall a 1-for-1, considering how aggressive the play was. It's actually not too bad for FRUITMAXXERS, and G59 is able to finish off Katarina in the top lane. So
Trinidad died.
2-for-1 overall in the play, plus some turret playing is going over as well. Gotta respect how fast Gwen can shred these objectives. She's just full of damage, and again,
speaking of full of damage,
over aggression from G59 catches himself out and is going to feed over the 7th kill to this Neferi, who is honestly for the game 1, if Theus can keep this kind of pace up, if he can play like to this level at the next, like, you know, however long the series goes, if it's a 3-0, if it's a however long we go, you know, they are still 1.3k down despite his 2k gold lead. But you know what? His play on the Neferi is doing really well, and I think he's set up pretty well for this mid to late, right? He's an item up on... Oh, actually, no. Now that I realize he isn't. We just about have that second item on Wukong. So that must mean that the Neferi is sitting on a lot of gold here, surely, because he does have tier 2 boots, which is like 1.1k, versus Wukong just on the tier 1 boots that he didn't pay for because of the runes. Needlework gonna come out here. Gwen is maybe in danger, but actually looks like Katarina's gonna have to walk himself out of there. But for as much damage as he's taking on the top side, we're gonna see Spirit Rush come in, and the hook is gonna land. Sorry, not the hook. The charm is gonna land onto the Alistar. Alistar pops ult immediately, and in comes the Cyclone. But Wukong is already on like 40% HP. Second charm's gonna land, and Theus is gonna kill Alistar, and now they're gonna just run down the rest of the team. 9-1 on this Neferi. And that's going to be second Drake spoon-fed over to good chimps here. They're going to be more than happy to take that one for sure. And with Katarina here as well, I might be a little bit overkill considering the enemy jungler is dead, but FRUITMAXXERS are hovering. They're looking for something here, and Gwen has got the position to kind of jump in that behind here through the... Okay, never mind. She's going to burn Flash instead. She wants to hold on to it, and they're going to... Okay, they get it. Kind of got it through Blossom, though, which is crazy. And now it's a 1-for-1, but I'm not going to lie. This is really well played here for FRUITMAXXERS to try and get something. Gwen is pushing as hard as she can, but the play is actually still favored for good chimps. They get everything there, no? 2 of them died, but they got 3 kills plus the Drake, and they got 2 kills before the Drake, so they're actually happy. We see the gold swing here. It's now 500 in the lead for the chimps. So
what I was going to point out was on the initial red fight, Neferi ulted Alistar there. Now, normally, this would be really, like, if this was traditional Neferi, this would be really troll, right? Because you're an assassin jumping on someone who is literally designed to absorb damage. Doesn't matter if you got a 4-level lead. Doesn't matter if you have an item lead. But here's the thing. This is the beauty of Conqueror Neferi. Conqueror Neferi, both in that dragon fight and in the red fight, is able to dive and is just able to heal so much because of the inbuilt healing of Q, the Conqueror stacks, the Eclipse Shield, the Spear of Shojin just cooldown. You get to cycle through these abilities. Your E is a dodge, your W is a dodge. Like, this Neferi can absorb so much pressure, which, you know, we was talking about this being more of a pick comp, which it still is. It's dominantly a pink comp. but the Neferi's playing more like this heavy diver, like this sort of I want to say like a Bruiser Nocturne or like a Jin Zhao or something. So like they do have a front line in Neferi because Thresh always plays a sort of mid-range game, right? But oh, 1 second, we got an all-in. What the hell was that damage from Silas onto Tryndamere? Holy crap!
It's a 2v1 now,
so
and
squishy.
in comes Theos. He's gonna see what he can do here, but I don't know if they have the ability to catch the super mobile Silas. They do actually get on top of him here. Gonna be that second Q, like you mentioned there, from the Neferi, just obliterates him. About 40% of his HP just went boom when the second Q landed, and the dogs kind of threw themselves at him, and he was already dead before they really got to hit any DPS. So good play here by FRUITMAXXERS though to actually capitalize on the fact they had committed several members bot. They get that tier 1 mid. It's not great. They are still down here overall on the play as Patarina is hammering on that tier 2 bot turret, but he's gonna finish it off as well. And Spirit Rush is coming in here from the Ahri, and she's gonna solo kill G59 as well. Sick death for this Gwen. Chains of Corruptions are gonna come out to try and keep Wukong safe, and they wanna try and kill Tryndamere, but he just doesn't die to that kind of stuff. Has to pop the ultimate to keep himself alive, but you know, that's only on, what, maybe a 70-second cooldown at this point in the game. So you take those if it means you don't die. As he gets to stay on the map, he's going to heal up with his Q and does actually take a reset here. Also want to look at the Tryndamere build right now. Is this the traditional build for Tryndamere these days?
To my knowledge, not. I'll look into it while we're having a conversation.
Because yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm like, Essence Reaver, IE, and then some Armor Pen. I don't actually remember what would be the... It's been so long since I've seen a Tryndamere that I couldn't tell you what his traditional build is these days.
I thought it was Ravenous and...
yeah. I was thinking in my head that it was a Tiamat item, probably, like a Ravenous Hydra angle.
Oh no, we're wrong. He's right.
This is the traditional build now for him, or the mod.
This is the traditional build. Admittedly, like, once again, Sheen did get buffed.
Yeah.
Like, I believe Sheen items did get buffed. So this could be a case of just like the initial wham bam crit. But the one thing that I'm really surprised about is the gold lead on Varus still. Like, because if you look at Varus's score, yeah, you wouldn't think it, right? Like, if you're in game, I feel like you don't really notice that, right? I mean,
yeah, if he's just 2, 4, and 5 right now, you wouldn't think he's 1.3k up on the Aphelios, but being up in CS and probably having had a lot of plates fed into him, well, Silas might die here. Never mind, Silas knows his exact damage there, waits out to the millisecond Patarina's ultimate, and he's going to be able to get out of this probably. Ahri doesn't... Never mind, she commits the flash and the charm there to get him, making good use of her TP in the end. But here comes the FRUITMAXXERS. The charm goes wide as she tries to predict Varus's movement. Gonna get knocked up by Alistar, and the piercing arrow is gonna run through Ahri. And she is second death of the game. 3, 2, and 8, I will say, is not a bad scoreline, but you hate to see death when you have a Magi Soul Stealer, as she does right now, right? Only 6 stacks on it. I think that's it's an interesting build to go for in a 5v5 comp, right? Like, it's so very like high risk, high reward. Like if she gets killed once, like she has, and she loses so many stacks. And FRUITMAXXERS here have tried to start the Baron, but they realize they maybe don't have the facilities for it. Where the enemy team are still alive for the most part, only 1 member down. So I've noticed these days it's really hard to be able to kind of... Oh, never mind. Let's talk about this play, because we're going to see the Cyclone come in onto Neferi. Second Cyclone will land onto mainly Aphelios, and Pensive is going to finish off Vicky here. And Silas is going in on Neferi. Has the Neferi ultimate. They're going to lock up Thresh. Thresh is going to be the second victim of this fight. And now with 2 members down, this might be the time for FRUITMAXXERS to look at that Baron, but instead we're going to see Pensive go for the Drake, and Silas is caught out. He eats a charm and has to immediately Zhonya's to keep himself safe. And here comes Ahri, going to land that second charm off of the Spirit Rush, and now Silas is barely even alive. Third Spirit Rush will find him, and out come Needleworks here onto Ahri, and they're going to try their best to chase down Aramea. They do, sorry, Aramiria even. They do get him. And Neferi tries to contest this dragon take on the FRUITMAXXERS side, and I think now it's just a commit to try and get kills. Chains of Corruption, though, going to be able to keep Wukong alive, and Ugh, Paper Knight is in a wrong place right now. I don't know what he can do here. I think he might just die just for the hubris of being in that part of the map. And all things said and done, we are about 800 gold clear for just under 1,000 gold clear for good chimps. But, you know, we're 25 minutes into the game. Most people are on 2 to 3 items. How are you feeling about this at the moment,
So this game, it's incredibly even, right? And it's coming down to sort of like the major factors of like where's Neferi and Varus, right? Silas is doing a lot of damage for someone who, once again, in a 500 gold range. Oh, that Herc on a ward, that's so unfortunate. But once again, it's just like, this game is incredibly even still. This is genuinely still anyone's game. And looking at it, it's just like, we're seeing this Aphelios. We touched lightly on the Keystone earlier. PTA is the normal sort of standard Aphelios. But then what we're seeing is that there is large sample sizes on the other 3 Keystones. Now this combined in with Stormrazor, you're going to see a very sort of like dip and duck and divey sort of Aphelios in and out of these team fights. So it comes down... It genuinely comes down to so much skill expression. But the thing is, though, Neferi's just finished her Death Dance. And, like, Neferi has been able to absorb so much pressure. Like, admittedly, the ultimate usage, I think the ultimate usage on Neferi has been very questionable. I feel like Neferi just is using the R to start a fight, which she shouldn't be. Because if you used that Neferi ult as it was originally designed and as intended, and not as a dive tool, like, your Death Dance and your Eclipse and your ultimate makes you your R2 specifically, because that's the one where you actually get the shield, your Q2 healing, there's just so much healing and tankiness here that you can easily just sort of like run down people. Speaking of running down though, they're just going to go straight into it. Oh, Ari gets blown up.
Unfortunate there for good chimps. Silas is putting in massive work here, but Neferi is actually going to get enough space, and some healing there's going to come in from Triumph in the Death Stance as they finish off the Wukong too. And now with 2 members dead here for the side of FRUITMAXXERS, and they still have Baron, right? We've got a little over a minute left on the Baron. It's time for the good chimps to start trying to crack down on some of these objectives. Gwen is staying top again, trying to make something happen here, and we've seen that her damage numbers are massive, but she just keeps dying. 6 and 9 right now on this Gwen, and the split push threat, there we go, holy, words are hard, has been really quelled by good chimps. They've been able to shut her down so much so that I believe Patarina has more gold now. We quickly look at the sideline gold info. Yeah, Theus and Patarina are the highest by over 2k near enough with 14.1, and then Curse of Ra is the next highest at 12.8. So even though that hasn't quite translated into overall team damage, where we can see Gwen is still the highest at 30k, that's because Gwen keeps trying to fight. Like, she's perma in a side lane, bringing attention to her, and then trying to 1v3 or 1v2 or however many people it is that are there, she just goes for the fight. And so I think her numbers are kind of inflated, but whether or not that's actually reflective here in terms of how the game is going, it's kind of hard to say. But you know, we have 500 gold lead for Silas, we have 1.7k gold lead for the Varus. The only places where we're really suffering here is the top and the jungle. But to be honest with you, I think that Gwen is still kind of doing her job, and then Pensive has the core items he needs right now, so it doesn't matter if he's super behind Neferi. What does matter though is that Gwen is about to get 1v1, and the collapse is going to come in from Neferi, and that's just, again, another death here. TP is used by Aramiria, but it's not really to much avail. And they have complete control of this Dragon Pit area as we move 30 seconds away from the next Drake. Alistar tries to throw himself in there to get the headbutt pulverized, but he ends up headbutting a dog as opposed to Neferi, and then pulverizing everyone, but not much to be gained. And that, more importantly here, Alistar had to burn his ultimate for that, so he is not going to have his ult if they try to contest this Drake. We are 2-2 in Drakes right now, so whoever gets this gets soul point. Yeah, Silas is top side right now. He does have TP, so in theory he can be there in a moment's notice. But again, I think with the deaths that they had on their team, it's going to be very hard for them to contest this. It looks like they agree with me. They're not going to contest. I'm going to let it go over. Patarina has head up top side because he knew he wasn't needed for this this free Drake, and now I don't know if the Chimps know right now where Alistar and Wukong are, but there is an angle for them to go onto them if they can catch up, and looks like ignorance there is FRUITMAXXERS' best friend as they're able to get away uncaught. But Nefiri is chasing, and Nefiri looks like she really wants this. She's going to pop the W preemptively to get more dogs out, and not going to mean anything here. But the flash Q by Blossom is going to land onto the Silas. Immediate ult by Aphelios is going to come out. Aramiria is going to kill Pensive. They're going to be able to shut down onto the Silas as well. That is Snow's 7th death of the game. And with 2 members dead and a wave by their side, now it's going to look like they're going to be able to open up the FRUITMAXXERS base. The Chains of Corruption is going to go in between the goalposts there of 2 Chimp members, and that is going to be the inhib at least right now. Can Varus, can Alistar really do anything here? G59 is still splitting, bro. He is losing the game while he sits in bot lane doing nothing. Varus is being literally set on by Patarina right now. 2 crits, nearly 3 crits. Shutdown finally goes for the Varus, but they have lost so much of their base
Oh,
here.
did he cancel the Philios? What?
And a nice kill there for G59 and as his TP came in, but he has literally returned to his base in pieces. And, you know, with no TP left and Baron up in 7, I think FRUITMAXXERS might have to make a split decision call here to go for this Baron and try to get something while Patarina and Aramiria are dead. Because if they don't get it, I don't know how they get back into this one right now. We're at 4.5k down. They've had little to no control over most of the game, despite some of the advantages they've had. And we're going to have to see whether or not the Chimps can do anything here. The Baron is at 4k, going down to 3k. We can see Thresh is there. He's trying to do something, but Pensive, better than me with a smite, lands that one, no contest. Just a Thresh hook was thrown in, but, you know, that was a pipe dream there by Blossom. And now all 5 members of FRUITMAXXERS have Baron. Let's see, what do you think they can do now to do something with it? Because, you know, we've seen G59 constantly in a side lane. He's got no TP for at least 5 minutes. So if he does side lane too hard, they might have a problem.
So
but if you're in their team,
minutes.
what are you going to do? Well, no, but it was like 2 to 3 minutes ago. So that's what I'm saying. He's got no TP for 5 minutes.
This is difficult because, like, Silas is doing damage. Alistar Wukong has been turning team fights with just the value of their ultimates. And once again, like, that Gwen split in bot lane to TP onto your own tower, like, that seems like such a breakdown in communication. Like, once again, like, you know, we see it in these games where it's just like, you know, if you get tilted in game 1, like, you've practically lost 1/3 of the game at that point because you've got to play 2 more. Oh, just a little bit of poke onto the Gwen. I don't know. Even though they've got this Baron, I mean, once again, this is just a classic thing, right? As long as red team don't overstep.
Patarina goes straight in there.
What is
Gets
this?
knocked up, but this is a really murky fight. Silas did a very early Zhonya's, and he's gonna eat a charm, and it's gonna be at least.
Wait, how does this work?
He's Undying Rage, so he lives for a little bit longer, but it doesn't actually mean too much here. And in comes the flash
3v4.
charm. This is very messy. Hold on, wait, Gwen is here now, and we're gonna be able to see if they can do anything, but they have really low health bars. Thresh is gonna get Wukong, but 2 members of the Chimps are gonna go down in response, and now as Aphelios versus Gwen, Gwen is getting run down. This is the problem when you don't have Ghost, bro. This is the top lane nightmare. When you just get kited by the AD carry. It's like, oh, they have range and you don't. Have fun, bro. I'll see you next game. And Gwen's gonna have to...
That was so dumb. Tryndamere just TP'd in and just engaged like 3v5. He won, then they chased, and then they lost. Like, this is League of Legends at its finest, man. Like, this is why this game is like, you can do the right thing and lose, and do the wrong thing and win. And that was a classic case of both teams did the wrong thing, and they both got rewarded for it. That is just so absurd. I don't know what specific interaction I missed there, but that both of those plays were dumb. That last 3 minutes, I don't want to even talk about it. I don't want that to be a thing again. Jesus Christ. We're seeing a lot of items coming out for people. We're seeing Varus. The game is getting very late now. So this is
Ooh,
where
hold up. This could be a problem here. G59 is going to get caught out. 3 members of Good Chimps are going to jump on him, and this could be the game-winning fight here. We're going to see Nefiri ult come out, but the Zonya is going to keep going alive. Doesn't going to be for long, though. The second option for R here should be here for Nefiri, and he's going to chase down Wukong. And this is a fight on 2 ends here, as Alistar is somehow kind of just antagonizing 4 members of Good Chimps, while Nefiri just runs away the rest of the team. And so Bicky's going to actually finish off that kill. This is going to be at least Soul here. And I think this might be the game, if I'm being honest with you. We only have 2 members left. We have both of the carries, mid and bot here, for Cursed and Snow. They're going to take this inhib here. They have 2 waves. They have 1 with supers and 1 normal wave here coming in through mid. They finish off the Soul. The rest of the team are rolling in, and Varus has not got the abilities to protect himself from this. He cannot clear this wave. He is not a Sivir. So he's going to try his best to with the E, but like with the inhib here respawning on top side, it looks like Good Chimps are going to maybe just focus that. But it looks like calls are coming out to go for the Nexus turrets, and I think that's the right call. Silas in here is playing distraction right now, trying to be decoy, and he does end up scaring them off of his Nexus turrets, but no one is up for a while. G59 is here finally, so we're trading 1 for 1. But with Varus going to eat that charm, it's now G59 has to do something. He's going to get at least 1 kill. He's going to try his hardest to get another one here. He's going to do what he can, but look how low the Nexus is right now. If they just focus the Nexus, they might be able to win this. And we're going to see Pensive. He lands the Cyclone and tries his best. But really nice maneuvering from G59 there. Gwen is going to keep this game alive. And for the first time this game, they actually have a positive KD. Genuine hero play by the Gwen. Just very slick maneuvering with the E, with the flash to be able to dodge key abilities and then get in with the sheer amount of damage that she provides. She's got 4 damage items right now in that Zonya's, Rabadon's, Dusk and Dawn, and Nash's Tooth. So she is packing a punch, even if she doesn't fully stack the Q. And, you know, we see it there. And very well played by them, even though their base is in complete mess right now, to actually keep this game alive. With, what do we have, 45 seconds until Baron? Surely that's the next thing that we're going to see the Good Chimps play towards. But yeah, someone in the Twitch chat just said it, and this could definitely be an angle. If they can get Blue Trinket, there's definitely a TP angle for the Tryndamere, right? Like, many a game has been ended on backdoor, and Tryndamere is one of the best champions at doing it because of his ultimate, right? He has tons of damage, he has the ability to stay alive despite having no HP. And that could be the angle here, as we see he's gonna just play with the team, clear the waves. They have 2 insta-pushing waves in top and mid, right? So, you know, the ability to play slow here is actually for Good Chimps right now. You know, they're happy to take that. Also, the GA completion here for the Nefiri is massive. He's going to be able to play with 2 health bars, and as Snow is caught out here, and we're going to see Gwen is also kind of caught out. Zonias are going to come out by both of them, and now Silas has to pop the Undying Rage, and he's going to try his best to get out. G59 does kill the Thresh, but now 3 members here of FRUITMAXXERS are just down. Alistar's going to be the 4th, and it's literally Pensive all alone right now as Patarina makes his way straight towards the Nexus. And as quick as I was saying, okay, they've actually saved the game, 1 bad team fight cools it, and that's gonna be game 1. FRUITMAXXERS taking that first game in this series. Sorry, not FRUITMAXXERS. Good Chimps taking that first game in this series, and congratulations to them. But that was a very scrappy match. I don't think that tells us anything about the maybe the outcome here. It didn't feel dominant. It was very, very opposite to what we had in the previous semifinal. So I don't know if you caught that, Sai, but the previous semifinal was Gromp support group against Hardstuck Helmets, and in 3 of the 4 games, Gromp support group hard stomped. So this game, this is much scrappier. These teams seem much closer together in skill, and so I'm very much excited to see how the rest of this series goes.
This was a case of, this was the most solo queue game I've ever seen. Like this is solo queue in a nutshell. Like, the only, if we wasn't casting the tournament, in my opinion, you would only think that Wukong and Alistar are pre-mates, because it's just like, minus the Wukong, like Wukong Alistar was doing great teamwork in those team fights, but outside of that, it was just so scrappy and ego checky and stat checky and skill checky. Like everybody just wanted the smoke. Ari is a support on 7-7-20. Like this was such a scrappy game. There's so much to go over in such little time. Like, oh, I mean, no, my luck is going to be a 3-0. So, I mean, so it won't be that much to go over. But still, it's just a case of like, that was genuinely anyone's game, right? Like, even on the victory screen, right? It's a 4K goal difference, which once again, like, 1 to 2K is normally just the finishing push, right? So before then, it was probably a 2K difference. That was still anyone's game.
No, for sure.
Like
Even
we
with
went
the
through
even
a
with the gold
soul. We went
difference.
through 2 barons. Like, if I really hope, I really hope that blue side they don't let this get to them. And more
It could be a
specifically,
tilter
I'm
for
worried.
sure.
Yeah, it's a tilter, and I'm more worried about the Gwen because Gwen was doing questionable things. But then I don't know if he just decided to go ultra instinct and turn off his brain. He did save the game at one point. So I don't know. We can only see. We can only see when we go into game 2, right?
No, for sure. We can only see as we go into game 2, but we're going to quickly cut to a break. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes with game 2 for you. Hold tight, everybody. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go into, I believe, game 2 here. Let me just quickly run up the draft for you. Welcome back as well, Sai. What's the opinion on the game 2 draft here? We got good chimps on blue. FRUITMAXXERS losing that last game have decided to take themselves onto the red side for that counter pick for their top laner here in the Kennen.
So I am correct that G59 is on the right-hand side, yes?
Yeah. He's going to be playing the
Because
Kennen.
just clarify, because I'm super interested in this person in particular. The reason why I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen, is because once again, we're not in their voice comms, right? You know, there are sometimes from us, from spectators, we'll see something and we'll be like, what the hell happened? And then it could be a case of someone made the wrong call, right? Someone could say, oh, this person didn't have flash, and they did, or people made the call to jump on this, and that's why it looked a bit half-arsey, right? So I'm very curious to see how this Kennen's going to play, and hopefully that'll give us some insight into the team. Now, looking at team comps here, let's start with mid, because that one seems to be the easiest. Wait, what the hell? Wait,
What's up?
they've got no ADC on the left. Good chimps have gone. No, what the hell? Oh god, not this mage crap again. Okay, so.
Yeah, they got I think that's a Veigar AP carry bot. So it's Veigar Nautilus bot.
Nalo literally just messaged me like, "Oh, would you disown me if you found out I was a Ziggs main?" I didn't respond to her. So we have some AP shenanigans in bot lane, and we've got a thick AP mid. Regardless of which way around it is, we are going to go with the assumption that it's Vigo bot lane. Either way, these champions traditionally build tanky, right? These champions are they are old school champions. They are very more traditional in these sort of zone control aspects. And then also we have this very meaty sort of like death ball sort of team from Good Chimps, right? This isn't long range like your Jace or your Lux. No. This isn't like insane amount of damage get on top of you, like say, you know, Viego or Yi. This is in and out cooldowns, jungle fights, skirmish heavy champions here. That being said, Viego would have gone hard here. I'm not saying that because I'm a Viego main or anything, but Viego would have gone hard here. On the other side now, I feel like this Smolder and Rise should have an easy time in these team comps. Kennen, Xin Zhao are going to have a difficult time. They are diving champions, and look what they're diving into. This is going to be so difficult for them. Poppy is going to be, once again, this is very skill expressive. Is it Paper Knight? It is Paper Knight on Poppy. I'm actually excited to see this because Paper Knight's Alistar was awesome, and I can't wait to see the skill expression he's going to do to this Pantheon, to this Nautilus, to this Zahin. I feel like Paper Knight's going to go hard here. Team comps alone, I want to give it to blue side. I do. I want to give it to blue side. I'm not favoring blue side, guys. I swear to God, I'm not. The blue side guys, when people of this game on blue side, they're choosing the team fighting comps here. These are just these chunky champions. Kennen, G59 has chosen to go for a very lane dominant setup with this Airy and Doran's Blade. And Zahin has gone TP and Doran's Shield, which admittedly Doran's Shield is quite normal, but Zahin's taken bone plating. No, why have you done that? Oh, that's...
What's wrong with bone plating in this matchup?
You want second wind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, with the Doran's Shield, yeah.
Yeah, Doran's Shield plus second wind. Like, it heals so much of this airy auto-attack Scorch poke. Like, Zahin is actually going to have a real rough time here, if assuming that Kennen doesn't overstep. Now, we're looking at the jungler start. We got Pantheon pathing up, and Xin Zhao pathing bot lane. Now, this is interesting, right? Because both junglers started at the top and chose to path down. So, if I remember correctly, the previous Neferi player is currently
the
Pantheon.
Yeah,
so looking forward to see what Pantheon's going to be doing this game. I want to keep my eye on Pantheon and Paper Knight here, because I feel like these two guys, I feel like they're going to be, like, when the skirmishes pop off, that's going to be them And once again, I'm telling you about that lane bully there. Zahid's getting escorted straight back to base. Holy crap. Like, yo, how much did he miss there?
I mean, he's already down 12 CS right now, and he's not.
I mean, like, he does have his HP up. The wave is about to crash, but he's about to lose so much.
Oh! Did you see that? That was a fancy
so
play.
Smooth. He's so smooth. Hey, yo, Paper Knight, please play Rakan, bro, please. Like, let me take some notes, man. Meanwhile, like, oh my god, top lane is
very clean there.
Yeah, that was really clean. So is this harassment case from freaking Kennen, though. Jesus Christ. Zahim's gonna want to fill out a freaking restraining order at this point.
I was gonna say, do you think it makes a difference here that the Kennen is playing mainly for lane? I mean, I think that Kennen is a dominant lane 90% of the time anyway, but like you mentioned that in team fights, he's gonna have a hard time, right? And so, do you think that that's gonna be the case if he is like 1, maybe 2k gold up, or do you think he'll be able to strong arm it?
It's... Once again, if Kennen's ultimate will always bring the strong generic value, but like once again, it's just like you're running through Vigar Cage, Anivia ult, Nautilus CC, Pantheon damage. Like, you know, Zahim's got a GA inbuilt in the kit, and then his R just heals him with so much damage reduction. Like, if Kennen gets ahead with his lane bullying Matics, then, you know, once again, a 2-item Kennen and 1-item team fight, it's gonna wreck. Of course it's gonna wreck. But Pantheon's here to be like, you know what? Nah, we're gonna put you in your place, you little Pikachu rat. Come back here. Oh,
nice
just burns
there,
the flash out.
Yeah,
is Pantheon gonna escort him out?
Oh, look at the minimap,
no,
though.
Pantheon.
Xin Zhao's coming. Xin Zhao is
oh,
here,
Anivia's cut. Wait, this is so. Once again, this is so
very
mixed
murky.
here.
Yeah. Nice use of vision here by Kennen is going to mean that he gets to walk out, and I think his Ignite is the last tick of damage there onto the Pantheon. So it's going to be a 1-for-1, and even though the rat did die, he did get that first blood gold, so he's happy to take that little bit of a lead. Meanwhile, Patarina and Aramaria are trying their hardest here to stick to that tier 1 top turret, and with the wave where it is, if Kennen can get there, I don't think he misses much, to be honest. It looks like it's going to crash here, so he will miss a couple minions, but not overall too bad for FRUITMAXXERS.
That was really in by Pantheon there, because once again, it looks like the core was being made for Anivia to come and collapse. But then it's just like, first of all, Ryze is going to be behind you, first of all, right? So it's a 2-on-2 best case scenario, but you didn't know where Xin Zhao was. And when you do a first clear, if he's not fighting you for the crab, and then you've ganked, and then you're extending it, like, you know that jungler knows where you are. Like, he's coming back onto his...
He's maybe looking to get an angle here. Hook is going to
land. Oh, he
There's
cancelled the stun.
Theus is going to get that kill here, so first kill here for the Pantheon of the game, and they're chasing down Paper Knight, but I don't think they'll finish him. And just going to help kind of crash this wave before the Smoldler returns. And with how low Paper Knight is right now, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold that wave. It looks like they're going to let him, so not too much of the wave will be missed here for the Smoldler, fortunately. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the mid lane matchup, because we didn't really speak about it too much, but the mid, like in comp right now, like in all of the professional games, obviously Ryze has been a powerhouse since the release of Actualizer, and the premier counter to him has been this Anivia. Like we've seen more Anivia in 2026 professional play than I think we've ever seen before. And the reason why is because he relies really heavily on being able to be in range of you, because he's quite short range, right? Like his Q is maybe like 500 units or something. And so he is always in range of her ultimate and her ability to do a wall. So whenever he does try to start a trade, she can wall him away. She can place the ultimate, which slows him. He often will take a ghost or phase rush, and both of those things will be heavily reduced by the Anivia ult from her slow from her ult. Oh my god, words are hard today, bro. Sorry. And when she's slowing him, it's obviously significantly easier for her to land her Q. And it's Q slow, and you know, she's just such an annoying champion for someone who's quite reliant on being able to walk in to be able to handle. With no way around her wall, it's super difficult for him to play through. And so I'll be interested to see how Snow handles Aramaria's Anivia here, because we've seen some really dominant Anivia play in this tournament so far, specifically in this matchup.
So one thing that's actually quite interesting to point out is that Ryze's Q is actually 1000 range, by the way.
Oh, is it 1000?
Yeah, it's so skinny. It really is. Like, it's really misleading, right? Because he is a short range mage. That's absolutely true. But like, the whole point of that sort of short range thing is that his other abilities, which reset his Q, are 500, 600 range. So this is where like we get the concept of that. But the Ryze Q is actually 1000 range, which once again 1000 range. You're looking at like 2/3 of a Nocturne ult.
Yeah, that's pretty big to be honest.
Oh.
But they're committing. Was that all three members here? The entire top side of the map are looking to try and go on Katarina here. Slicing Maelstrom's going to come out, and G59 will get that solo kill. So I like the adaptation there from Katarina to be like, oh damn, I'm literally 100% dead here. There's nothing I can do other than try and take the fight to the Kennen, who was the lowest health member of the team.
That is your best bet.
Yeah, his best bet was to try and just take the one, roll the dice, take the 1v1. If you win it, hell yeah, you got 1 for 1, because he was going to die anyway. And if you lose it, well, at least he only gave gold to one person, while Xin Zhao and Ryze have to lose waves, lose camps. Although I say that, he didn't really lose camps per se, but lose tempo, because Pantheon wasn't able to kind of get into his jungle while they knew where he was.
The thing is, though, it seems like...
Oh,
go on, sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I feel like this game, Pensive and Theus are playing a lot more equally. I think the Nefiri game was massively accelerated for Theus, and now on this Pantheon, he's had a little bit harder of a time. Meanwhile, I think that Pensive is getting a lot more kind of time to just kind of passively scale. Obviously, we've seen him be a part of one kill thus far. But as we move towards the mid to late game, his ability to knock priority targets away from Smolder is probably going to be important, right? I think that when Smolder gets 225 stacks, he will be a menace in this game. You said it in draft, and he is like the highest range person in this game right now. And I think once he gets that execute, he's going to be a person to watch for sure. Am I tripping, or did we see... We did see a Pantheon ult there, didn't we?
We did see
Pantheon ulted mid, and Snow immediately flashed, so... Nice kind of decisiveness there from Ryze to be able to get himself out. And,
like, this is the thing. So in bot lane at the moment, we've got a low damage ADC, like chunky supports, and then like these sort of like small burst trades Viger. Like this is just how these bot lanes are. This is both super farmy sort of like laners, right? And once again, it's just trading stacks here realistically. Saying that though, if that was CC layered better, or maybe Smolder would have fired the ultimate back.
I think Maelstrom's going to come out here, but Patarina's going to layer the ultimate on top. They're going to see if they can get something. G59 is playing really aggro though. It's as if he knows I guess he decided he wasn't ever going to get out. So he tries to go for the play of getting a kill instead, but awkwardly loses flash and dies. And he is still up in this lane right now, but not as much as he was before, to be honest. 2-2 right now on this Kennen. He does have... I want to point out that first item completion. I don't know Kennens to build Liandry's very often. I mean, the enemy team, like you said in draft, they're beefier than normal, so I kind of see what the angle is, but he might have an issue getting into the fights without Rocket Belt. Do you think he goes Rocket Belt second?
Once again, this is very bizarre because it's just like... Oh, hang on, I've got a pickup here by Xin here. This is, once again, I'm really confused by G59 here, because it's just like, you've taken this heavy lane dominant setup, and it's just like, okay, so you've gone specifically for a lane dominating build. Why are you not going Gunblade? Like, this is an item that, when it came back, has increased Kennen's win rate. Like, it gives you a point click. It's another spell. Yeah. It's a point-click damage ability that slows, that adds the kiting. Like, every ranged champion would love that regardless. You get the Omnivamp, you get the AD, which you take beneficial of. Like, okay, yeah, they're tanky, they're bulky. That Liandry's ain't gonna do anything for you. Like, it has like a 1% build rate at the moment? Like, normally first item rushes are Gunblade or Proto Belt. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, in my head I was like, Proto Belt is almost always the kind of normal play because he needs that dash and he wants to kind of get on top of people. And speaking of getting on top of people, the FRUITMAXXERS bot lane here is going to get completely caught with their pants down. Very nice Grand Skyfall by Theus, and a roam from Aramiria as well. It's going to be a 4v2 collapse. And Pensive, yet again, is caught here at the tail end of a play. You know, he's caught there when the kind of the fruits of the enemy team's labor has already been collected, and he's just kind of there. So awkward for him there. He does have the Sundered Sky completed, so he's not exactly far behind this Pantheon, but you know, again, just another situation where in this kind of early, more kind of skill expressive part of the game, Pensive is kind of struggling to keep up with Deus in you know, kind of proactivity, right? Like with this Pantheon has 100% kill participation right now, 2, 1, and 3, whereas don't get me wrong, Xin Zhao has 2 of 3, but I don't know, it's just been a little bit less active. But we'll see as he gets his second item, they might be able to do something. G59 there alongside the Rise. Snow comes in with the Realm Warp, and they're gonna get themselves an easy kill onto Patarina, who is 1 and 3 right now. Here is Pantheon for the return gank bot, but they had vision this time. They got 2 wards sitting there, so they knew he was coming, and nothing really to be gained of it. As we could see, 1-1-2 is the stack count here for Smolder, as Poppy's going to go in. Flap is going to come out, but Pantheon is still here. This is ostensibly a 2v3, and gonna see the Snot Bubble come out, and they're going to try and chase down here. Mom is going to be called. Gonna not hit anyone though, and awkward there for the 0-2 Smolder right now, sitting there on a Curse of Ra on his first item completion. But we got what, Luden's Echo versus the Essence Reaver here, which I think probably works out a little bit better for the Smolder, because he gets the mana in lane, right? So as long as he's not eating all of the spells from Veigar, he's happy to kind of sit there. He should be able to kind of spam out Qs, stack his passive a little bit easier. As I'm speaking, yeah, obviously he gets a couple stacks there for easy.
I'm about to say, if you're Smolder here, you love this lane entirely, right? Because it's just like, you're not getting bullied. Like, if you get hooked, well then you deserve to die at that point, right? But you've got Poppy there playing this great Vanguard game. And so, even though both of them are scaling, Veigar says, I kill one person, right? Smolder says, if my team gets Elder. My team gets Elder if they fight with me. Like, this is the thing, right? So, like, once again, even though Smolder's got 2 deaths here, bot lane is 0 and 3, I still would favor them. Speaking of unfavorable situations, though, Zayn has bought Hexdrinker and has delayed his Triforce. Like, that is rough. I mean, you are into a lane-heavy matchup, into like a Kennen that's chosen in a very optimal sort of like lane bully harassment. But to go Hexdrinker this late, like, normally the benefits about having this item early is that you get multiple actions of it and you get the MR to defend you. Meanwhile, though, just the dragons just completely just get stolen from them. Absolutely, wow! Oh, his Kennen, the solo ult on the Anivia. Oh, okay, cool. Anivia's just gonna die and turn into KFC here. That was... wow. Okay, that was really surprising. Sorry. I wasn't commentating over that purely because I thought that was blue side. I thought blue side just had that. And then suddenly, just red side was like, okay, guys, 3, 2, 1, and run. It was like the Tryndamere 3v5 engage in mid lane by tier 2. Like, that was exactly it. Because, like... that was just so randomly done. Like, there was no zone control from Veigar or Nautilus or nothing. And then Zayn has just stayed here, overextended. This is the second time he's done this game here. Oh, maybe it wasn't, though. Pantheon coming in with a counter gank, getting a shutdown. Unfortunately, you're not going to run down this Kennen. This Kennen has 3 levels on you. Doesn't have ult, but still has base stats and some good damage potential.
Say, tier 2 boots, Leandri is +2 amp tones. You know, he's not in particularly any danger. But I do want to point out, it looks like he's going for a Seeker's Arm Guard as his second item. So, again, Zhonya's has always been a great item for Kennen because it allows him to kind of take aggressive plays, kind of put himself into compromising positions with the Slicing Maelstrom and then just, you know, phase out, essentially, right? So he gets to become untargetable for a few seconds while his Slicing Maelstrom does its job, and hopefully by the time he returns to being targetable, the team fight has already won. But again, without the Rocket Belt, I think he might have a hard time. Realm Morph popped here, but I think it might have tried to be a bait onto the Anivia, and then he popped Ghost immediately, but I don't think there is much more for him to get here. You know, like, this is what I was saying, with the Anivia ult, it's so hard for Rise to really stick to her, because even when he pops Ghost, even when he pops Phase Rush, if he gets his abilities off somehow, she has a million ways to slow him down, and it makes it so hard to stay on top. But otherwise, we're gonna see. I want to say we got 3.8k gold right now for FRUITMAXXERS. A little under 20 minutes. Most of that gold here is on the mid and the top right now. Although there is a decent little gold lead here for Smolder as well, about 800. And I think that this Anivia pick has maybe not found the amount of skill they wanted it to, and we're gonna see that the Seraph's Embrace there kind of baited our Emiria a little bit. It looked like they went for the trade, assuming they were going to be able to maybe kill, but then essentially Seraph's Embrace just blocks almost all of our Emiria's damage off of the E from Anivia, and now they're both quite low, and I think this favors the Rise, to be honest, especially if you can get little trades like that again off the minion wave onto the Anivia. She's probably going to have to leave, and top side of the map, they're going to get that Herald completely uncontested. We've got 4 members in and around that first tier 1 mid. Well, actually, it's more like 3 members. We've got to see Pensive is just in his topside jungle. And G59 takes a reset here to get that Seeker's Arm Guard. But yeah, I think FRUITMAXXERS right now, they're commandingly in control. They have significantly more of the plating. They have 2 of the Drakes. They didn't get the Grubs, but they did get the Heralds. So outside of the Grubs, they've had complete objective control this game. Even if one of them was some crazy kind of burglary situation there where they just forced entry and took it. But, you know, a much better start for them here. Much more commanding.
So here's the thing, right? Like, I was initially shocked by it, but I'm looking at sort of Xin Zhao's setup at the moment. And because the thing is, Xin Zhao, once again, he is this short-ranged sort of champion. When he presses R, you know, he forces you to stand in his range. Sort of how they're standing in each other's circles in top lane right now. Nautilus, everyone's burning flashes. Holy crap, doesn't lead to anything though, unfortunately. As Nautilus has to sort of bail out Zahin there. But once again, going back to Xin Zhao, it's like, when you press R on Xin Zhao, minus Vhagar, every one of those champions doesn't realistically mind being in that range.
Yeah.
But once again, with Merc Trends having such double value into Anivia Vhagar, and it's getting to that point in the game where Pantheon, you know, it's not that easy to get into that Q execution range, right? Because even as we see, they're both jumping on this Rise right now, and just once again, Rise is tanky here, but I mean, still damage is damage, right? If you're caught out, you're still gonna die. But once again, it's just like, you're seeing that it still took a while for Pantheon's Q to get into that Q execution range. This Xin Zhao might actually get more value than I think.
I agree. I think he's definitely going to be useful, especially as we transition into the late game. Curse of Ra here on a healing spree. We're going to see 2 TPs coming out here for good Chimps, but I don't know. This play kind of a little messy. They tried to go here onto Xin Zhao, and they got to trade flashes there as we see Zahen, who is ostensibly Xin Zhao, kind of trades places with him in the bush there. But they do finally finish Pensive, and that is going to be probably a Drake handed over here to the Chimps. They lost 1 member for 1 member, but the member of FRUITMAXXERS that went down was their jungler. So, you know, with the jungler down, we're going to see Theus. He's got 1.3k gold lead right now personally. He's up an item, gets that Drake. He's going to stop the stacking, which is important here. Because if FRUITMAXXERS got that Drake, we would be at a soul point, and then it would be 25 minutes for soul, which is a very dangerous place to be when you are the team that's behind. Although they have shrunk that gold lead a little bit here, about 2k off of the top, so good play here.
Still relatively even game. Once again, very similar to the last one. I'm really glad that Red side. Wait, did that recall this? Wait, was that Vhagar recall?
Here?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, Vhagar did recall, so I think they're going to just catch out Patarina here, and that's going to be his, I think, 5th death of the game. I'm going to cross-map it with a top tier 1 take for Aramiria to get him some extra gold, but he's still down. And we'll have to see if G59 can get anything off of that kill, because he's currently trying to push down onto that tier 2 bot. But okay, Theus thinks he could take the 1v1 up against the Kennen. Takes 2 turret shots for his troubles, and this might be really rough here for Kennen. He's gonna pop the Zhonya's.
Oh, he's got stun back.
Oh, he had it! Very clean there by G59 to finish off that kill and bait in the Pantheon. So I'm not gonna lie, if I'm the Pantheon, I'm sitting exactly where he is. I did not think I was in kill range there, you know. But he had it, and just, yeah, very
that must have been third mark as well.
It was third mark with the W, yeah.
Yeah, it must
like
have
as
been.
soon as he came out of Zhonya's, he hit W, the guy got stunned, and also took burst off of the passive, and it was just like, boom, gone. And I'm interested to see when the game is all said and done how much damage he gets off of this Leandries, because it's been 2.2k already, so that's quite a lot. There's a good chunk of change for him as they're going for this really early Baron, and it is very close to being dead there. Grounded is the Zahen, who's going to get popped by Smolder, and with a fairly early Baron buff here, we're going to have to see what FRUITMAXXERS can do with it. You know, they've rebuilt their gold lead back up to 4.8k, just under 5k. And let's see what their gold is on. 10,000 of it just straight up onto Curse of Ra. G59 not far behind. And same with Snow at 9.6. So most of the important people for FRUITMAXXERS have all the gold right now.
Oh,
Kennen
Lord.
gets caught. And Kennen is going to go down. And that's a big shutdown here for Theus. He's happy to take that. And it puts him on the top of the gold graph here as gonna maybe watch a tier 1 mid take here courtesy of Shelly. Cracks it in. It's still got one plate. The dredge line for immediate land. He knew where he was going to land, and he immediately takes him out. And now Xinjiao's going quite low. His ultimate's down. He's trying to heal up. Going to be another kill here onto Smolder, but Aramiria is going to get the Xinjiao one. And now Pantheon's going onto the Smolder, and he's trying. But that's a double kill here for Curse of Ra. And now Poppy, Paper Knight, gonna see what he can do, but Patarina's trying to get in here with the extra attack with the ultimate. He's gonna try and just solo kill Rise, but he's not gonna actually have the facilities here. Passive is gonna get popped. He's gonna come back up with a little bit over half HP, and he immediately dashes into Steadfast Presence, and Curse of Ra is now godlike. They're gonna take this at least one turret. Flap, flap, flap is gonna come down, and they're gonna get the egg out of Anivia. Anivia is surely gone here. Curtains for Aramiria. And that is 2 double kills in quick succession here for Curse of Ra. He went from being 0-2 to 8-2 in about 5 minutes. And I don't want to alarm you, but he's got 284 stacks right now. He is well above the threshold of 225. He's over 10 stacks a minute right now, no? He's, what, 24 minutes, 285 stacks? He's cooking.
I mean, I ain't no chimp, so I don't need to be scared, but Lord have mercy, he is doing damage. Like, once again, this is the thing, right? It's just like, this team is so mid-range that, like, the moment they jump on the first person, which is going to be Xinjiao, Rise, Poppy, or, once again, maybe Kennen, right? And that's if Kennen dives you. These champions have survivability, and Smolder will just get this value. And it's just like, we're seeing Pantheon actually now getting value, which is really insane that we're here at 23 minutes with a 23-minute Pantheon power spike, which I never thought I would hear that being a thing. But like, I don't know, Red side is really taking over, and Rice hasn't even scaled yet, and we haven't even seen the Kennen engages yet. Like Kennen has flash at the moment. This next, if there was to be an upcoming objective, I would be terrified because Kennen's gonna wreck. But meanwhile, even Rise in this 2v1, look how bulky he is. Yeah. All the CC's gone, he's out.
The shielding off of the Seraph's Embrace and the Rod of Ages as well. Also had the magic shielding as well from his tier 3 boots. You know, he's going for that MR boot because I think he kind of needs it, right? I think it's not the optimal boot for Rise, but he needs it in this particular game, and it's kind of working wonders. He got a little over aggressive there, but you know what? He's actually kind of baiting because the Pantheon had to hover there to keep Patarina alive. If Patarina was on that 1v1, it was a solo kill for Snow. But instead, we're going to see that the Drake is going to go over Soul Point as well to FRUITMAXXERS. Flash straight to Slicing Maelstrom here for Kennen, and he thinks he can kill Anivia here. He knows the egg is down, and that is a dead bird right there for the good chimps. They're not going to be happy to see their mid laner go down here for the 3rd time. And I want to say, this is one of the the less effective times I've seen Anivia up against Rise. Like, Rise is still up 2.3k. He's up, I think, an item, right? Like, he's got an entire item up right now because we've already got needlessly large rod. Meanwhile, Zahen is going to eat that turret shot, and he just about lives. He's on about 10 HP in a dream right now. But the camera wants us to look bot side and see Pensive and G59 trying to punish on this Pantheon. And unfortunately, they don't quite have the wherewithal to get him to die. But they have complete control of the Chimps bot side jungle. So losing space on the map rapidly is the good Chimps. And Nautilus trying to clear some vision, gonna see what he can do. Meanwhile, Dutch Pichu, who is their main AD carry, has come back in off after Bicky's left here. So Vega, well, first game for their official AD carry, and they put them on not an AD carry is an interesting one. I'd like to know whose draft choice that was. But, you know, I don't think that the Veigar has had a particularly terrible game, but I do think that it's been hard for them to get into it, right? We're going to see third item completed for them is going to be the Storm Surge. So they had the Luden's Echo, then they had the Zhonya's, now they have the Storm Surge. Her exclusive job right now is to kill this Smolder if they can, but we're going to have to find angles because unless Smolder walks into the Veigar cage, I don't know how they catch him. He's got such range that he's happy to stay far back, and he's even got a rapid fire cannon now as well. Finished his 4th item, so he gets to play from an entire screen away, and he's only ever gonna get caught if they don't know where the enemy's coming from. And we see Pantheon and the Zahen go here onto Xin Zhao. I was kind of hoping they were waiting for the Smolder to come out, but holy massive ultimate from the Poppy is gonna send 3 members of the good Chimps back downtown. Now, though, it looks like Poppy's caught out, but she's kind of beefy, so she's not too bad. And this is kind of a mega bait. We're going to see Flap come out for the Smolder. G59 is going to finish off Blossom, and Xin Zhao is going to chase down Dutch Pichu, while the rest of the team are fighting in the jungle. And look, Pantheon here trying to fight Rise, but Pantheon's not built for this kind of fight, man. He does actually get it in the end, though, because his teammates show up and Rise decides to hightail it. But Kennen and Poppy come in with the Flash E, slicing Maelstrom's going to lock down 2 people. Anivia Egg literally just came off cooldown, but it's gone again. And Curse of Ra is legendary. G59 finishes off the Pantheon, and this should be a forfeited straight-up Baron here for FRUITMAXXERS, who are comfortably at 8k up right now. More than happy to take this one for sure. And at this point, 343 stacks on the Smolder. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know 225 is the main threshold, but the higher his stack count goes, the easier it is to land his execute, right? Like the threshold of his execute goes up.
The threshold goes up, and then I believe like the rest of his kit scales, his Q, I think at certain 25 intervals, it gets like an extra fireball that spits out. The E, he has more attack speed on the E, and then I can't remember what his W and his R does. But like, so many things to talk about, such little times, right? Like, so with boots in mid lane, correct me if I'm wrong, when you complete the quest, your boots automatically turn into tier 3.
Yes.
So upon season 16, it was actually optimal to go defense boots because you basically just got a mini Camille passive for free, to the point where this actually got nerfed in, I believe, 16.2. So that's why we're seeing Rise build that like that. Now Rise has also got his Zhonya's. There is 2 Zhonya's on this team. Oh, Zahin's with a face check.
Gonna just get caught out here. Zahen has to use his ultimate defensively, but it doesn't matter. They had vision of him, and they're able to still kill him from across the wall. And now with Zahen dead, 26 seconds until the next Drake, and that Drake is going to be Soul here for FRUITMAXXERS if they can get it. They commit full hog here onto the Xin Zhao, but Xin Zhao pops 3 of them away with his ultimate, and they have to lose a turret for that poor focus. And now, again, we find Anivia has great wave clear, but with the Baron empowered minions, this cannon minion is going to happily just wail on the turret. And nice burst there to kill the Kennen. You're going to love to see that here if you are good Chimps. It's going to give you some much needed breathing room, because as it stands right now, I think, you know, they've got Rise hammering on their tier 3. They have 3 members of FRUITMAXXERS kind of hovering here in the jungle. They're kind of looking like they might want to try and do a little death trap But instead, Smolder and Zinjao are going to just two-man this dragon, and it shouldn't take them too long to get it, and that's going to be the secure of Soul. And this is Cloud Soul as well, by the way, so that is a big soul, I think, for the side of FRUITMAXXERS. So they have several high-impact ultimates. So Pantheon is going to just go in to die here, literally sending himself in for his own death. And that's a waste of a GA if I've ever seen one.
Oh, the GA.
That's going to be a 3-minute cooldown on the GA, and that's... Is that 5 minute? That's even worse. And so yeah, it's even harder for him here. He's gonna lose that, and I think here, as it stands, it's gonna be rough here for the good chimps to get back into this. I was talking a little bit about how the Cloud Soul is really good for FRUITMAXXERS, but like I'm just looking at it again, and I'm like, you know, the Kennen loves it because it allows, you know, he didn't build the rocket belt. He doesn't need it with Cloud Soul. He pops ult and gets a burst of movement speed that will allow him to get into position anyway. You know, Zinjao pops ult. The movement speed is nice. It's not the end of the world. Realm Warp loves that as well. Mom loves it. Poppy, her ultimate, loves it as well. Like there's no negative here. In the out of combat movement speed as well, this is the most underrated part of the Cloud Soul because it allows you to maneuver around the map so much faster. You know, I believe it's a multiplicative buff as well. So everybody that has any kind of movement speed in their items is going to get more of that because of Cloud Soul. It's like a percentile buff. So if, say, someone had a Deadman's Plate and a Force of Nature, like, say, the Poppy has Force of Nature right now, those all give you significantly more movement speed because of Cloud Soul. And so... you know, we're going to see Paper Knight now and a few others here on FRUITMAXXERS are going to become a lot more annoying to deal with as they're going to have that much more speed to kind of run around the map.
This is such a twist up because once again, this is the team. Red was the team that lost.
Yes, yeah, they're one game down.
They have generally swung it back so well, and once again, credit where credit's due because it's just like, you know, we've often seen historically that, you know, if I cast the game, if you lose the first game, you're gonna lose the next one. So I'm very proud, and once again, Paper Knight has been doing such a fantastic job. Like Curse of Ra has done really well, but I feel like just obviously we've been reacting to these insane stuff he plays. The 3-man knockback was insane by far. I feel sorry for the Sahin though. This Sahin, I genuinely felt like this Sahin lost the game in Champions. Like
2-8-1 is a very rough time for him, you know.
Yeah,
it's weird because I think especially in this bracket we've seen some mega Zahen abusers, like people who have made the champion look ridiculously like undefeatable, but in this game, this Kennen matchup, it's been so unplayable for him. He's not been able to do anything all game, and they've got to catch Zinjao out here. Zinjao ults to try and give himself some extra breathing room, but it's not actually going to mean enough, and that's a big shutdown here. But meanwhile, I don't know if you can see on the minimap, Rise is going in, and Kennen's going to land the Slicing Maelstrom. He's going to get several flashes for his efforts, and Smolder is here on the side. Pantheon's going to go down, and now with the Zhonya's there, Dredgeline a second too early. And now Smolder is here with full HP and 0 people targeting him. He is more than happy to antagonize the enemy team right now. And missing a wave, unfortunately, means he's not going to be able to push too hard. He should be able to crash the next one, though. But Rise was able to crack open the tier 3 bot in the meantime. So he's, you know, all of this time that they're wasting, it was a 1-for-1. They got a turret off of it. They're holding out until the next major objective as well, because if the enemy team have to fight them at Baron or have to fight them at, Elder, because it is Elder Drake next, even though it says it's Cloud, you know, that's where I think FRUITMAXXERS are going to take this game. Like, they have such good AoE abilities here. Like, they have Slicing Maelstrom, they have Rise's ability to hit multiple people at once. Smolder's main abilities are all AoE. So you come and fight them in the choke, you come and fight them in the entrances to these kind of major objectives, you're getting hit with like everything on all of your carries. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, the game's cooked at that point, you know. It's super hard to play around, and we see that Veigar and Anivia have showed up, but the objective was essentially a free no contest. And Blossom is just caught in the wrong part of town there, and he's going to go down for his efforts as well. And here comes the Realm Warp. Katarina immediately pops ult, but I think this is still a net positive play for the side of FRUITMAXXERS. And that is a legendary double kill here for Curse of Ra. They're going to just chase down the rest of the team, and Anivia popping that Zhonya's is a formality. And we can see, we know Snow and G59, they have their eyes set on the prize here. They have a wave in top lane. They're going to be trying to take this game. They take down the turret here. Surely it goes down in the next second or so. Inhibitor is a formality as well. You can hear the pings coming out from the team being like, respawning in. Like, someone's tilted here on some team. I don't know who it is. But that's going to be both Nexus turrets and the game straight over to FRUITMAXXERS with an astounding 16.3k gold lead when all is said and done. Both of these games have gone over 35 minutes, though. They've been very, very bloody affairs. I am eager to see what adaptations come in through game 2.
Like, this game was even until Curse of Ra hit his 4th kill. Like, Curse of Ra hit his 4th kill, and then he was just like, okay, and now I spike. And so, once again, the moment he had Eldar, and the moment he was strong, he just joined team fights, and he was always there. Like, it's weird because this Kennen was very similar to Neferi, right? Where the champion has an identity, but then the player has opted to lean into a different identity of the champion. Because we didn't see any crazy maelstroms, right? I think the biggest one we saw was maybe the double man on Grump near the Grump wall where he killed. He got a double kill and then he killed the egg. He killed an Nivea egg straight after it came back.
Sorry, the game was bugging out while I was trying to fix the post game stats. But yeah, no, I mean you could see the damage chart and it kind of tells you the story of this game, right? Like 49k on that Smolder, 40k on the Kennen. I think they ran the show, to be honest with you. I'm surprised to see how much damage the Pantheon dealt, to be honest. 39k on the Pantheon is pretty big, but it didn't feel like it had it didn't feel like it moved the needle. Let's put it that way. Whereas I think that the Smolder was able to hit people from safety for most of the game, and once he got that 225 stacks, it's like, well, all right, well if he's safe almost all the time, he's an artillery gun sitting behind a wall with a very small gap in it, and your only option is to hit him through the small gap, you know, which is not doable. That's some medieval technology right there, you know. You talk about like the bastions where they have the little arrow slits. That's essentially what we're dealing with here with the Smolder. He's very hard to touch, very hard to catch. You don't have the greatest tools to get on top of him. Really, the only tool they had was Grand Starfall. Other than that, it's like, well, now he has to be out of position. You know, now we need to pray we can land a dredge line on him while he's in the wrong place. And I think Curse of Ra did a really good job in this game to be in the right place at all times. You know, I think maybe once or twice did we see him actually get caught out with a stray hook. But yeah, no, he did a very good job in that game too, and be interested to see what he plays in game 3 here, because you know we have the Varus, which is like one of the most meta AD carries at the moment. Then once that was out, now we've moved to Smolder, who's kind of that late game hyperscaling kind of carry. So see if he kind of sticks to the late game stuff, or if they go for something with a little bit more lane presence. So, you know, the Varus is supposed to win lane, but I think he had a hard time up against Bicky. But they're playing Dutch Pichu now, and I think the lane went a little bit easier for them here. So gonna be back in about 5 to 10 minutes for the next game. We will see all of you soon. We don't need to do the next 5 minutes, do we? 10-minute wait? 10-minute wait is kind of long. I don't know if I want to do a whole 10-minute wait. Whole 10-minute wait seems kind of a lot, bro. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to use this opportunity, I guess. Before we go into the Game 3 draft, I'm going to quickly talk about something a little bit near and dear to my heart. We made an announcement about it earlier. But one of our long-standing community members, you know, don't think he's played in a MiniLCS since the first one, so since summer 2024, but you know, won several 1v1 tournaments, won several TFT tournaments. Personal, very close friend of mine, Robert, or I call all 50. He has. I'll quickly bring it up instead of bringing up the draft, but oh damn, I should probably hide my little. I'm not even gonna bother, bro. There's no point. He has just put up a just giving for a personal challenge of his he wants to do to honor his recently deceased father for Kidney Research UK. So for any of you who do have, you know, the ability to kind of donate or to contribute anything, that would be greatly appreciated. But for him and for ourselves, obviously Robert is one of my closest friends, so I want to make sure that we can try and help as much as we can. And also Kidney Research UK is also something fairly close to me as someone with polycystic kidney disease. So it's something that's, yeah, very much personal, very much close to me. And it would mean a lot to us at MiniLCS if we could help him reach his goal. So for anybody that does have that kind of disposable, anybody that does want to kind of give if they can, don't if you can't. There's no obligation. No one expects anybody to give anything. But if you want to know a little bit more about it, if you want to help where you can, go to the announcements page. There's a link in there that you can donate to. You can give whatever you're comfortable with. You can make it anonymous or public. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, we want to just kind of signal boost that and help out our friend in his attempts at doing a 62-mile walk from London to Brighton. I do not envy him. It's going to take like 22 hours from what I can see on Google Maps. So yeah, good luck to him, and we hope to see some of your names in the donation pile at some point, we hope. But back onto the game at hand. Let's see what happens here. Good Chimps did take the red side here, so they are on that counter pick. That seems like it's going to be a consistent thing we're going to be dealing with this game, is whoever loses is going to be looking for that red side here. You know, getting that top lane counter pick is super important, it seems. And we can see here that Patarina has opted into a Malphite pick, so very safe lane. I guess he didn't quite know if he was up against the Aurelia or the Ambessa here, but I can confirm it is Ambessa top and Aurelia in the mid lane. So if we run through the FRUITMAXXERS draft here, they have Ambessa top, Jarvan in the jungle, Aurelia mid, Swain and Rel in the bot lane. So they have no formal AD carry, but they do have a very AD-focused damage profile, to be honest with you. Ambessa, Aurelia, and Jarvan, depending on how Jarvan builds, Jarvan will be pretty AD-heavy. So, what's good, Uguay? See you joining the chat. My goat. But they have a very AD-focused team here with the Aurelia. Snow's Aurelia is one of his premier champions. We don't see it very often in the comp play because of the fact that it's quite hard to play around. It doesn't provide a lot in terms of utility. It's melee. But we have seen some people bring out the Aurelia to great success, namely enemy mid in the Sweatlord bracket. So he was able to use it in their semifinals against Perplexed Express and got a 4K gold lead in that top lane. So very, very convincing play from him there. But we'll have to see if Snow can actually do that here up against what looks to be an Orianna pick for Good Chimps. Orianna with that Nocturne, you can see that R1, R2 for Good Chimps is a very strong combo. The Paranoia Shockwave combo is one of the strongest and hard to deal with team fighting combinations in the game. And they end up rounding it out with the Malphite as well, which is, you know, that's just another ball delivery system for this team. So, you know, whether it's Malphite, whether it's Nocturne, Orianna has multiple people that she can use to kind of deliver that orb into the enemy team and then just hit them with a multi-man Shockwave. So it's going to be Gonna be interesting to see if they can find those fights, you know. We see Blossom and Dutch Pichu have taken the Sivir and the Karma here, so very safe lane, very poke heavy. I guess they didn't know who they were going up against in the bot lane yet because it was a Swain pickup on the B3, so they may have assumed it was top and mid, and so they just take safety. They take the Sivir, they remove the Kayle and the Nico here to get some supports, to get a support and probably a problematic top laner off of the board just in case it was a Swain AP carry. And then we end up rounding out the draft with a Rel here for Paper Knight, another engaged champion for him. Very good at these kind of engage heavy champions. So, you know, I'm interested to see how the Swain Rel lane goes. I can't say I have ever seen it, but I know Swain is a champion that wants to be able to sit in kind of middle range of all of his opponents so that he can proc his ultimate consistently and he gets to kind of pull them in and toy with them a little bit, right? And Rel is a champion that can lock people down very effectively. I'd say the team fight here for FRUITMAXXERS looks particularly scary. A lot of Ambessa's damage is AoE. Rel can lock them down for several seconds with the Magnet Storm. Swain is happy to have a lot of people within his orbit for his ultimate to trigger, for him to be able to hit people with that kind of shotgun Q ability of his, and to be able to pull them all back as well. He's very kind of heavy on the CC front. And then Aurelia as well is very like short range, so she's happy to kind of get people locked into proximity with the Cataclysm from Jarvan, with the Flag and Drag from Jarvan, with the Magnet Storm from Rel. Meanwhile, good CHImPs draft here. They look like if they don't start the fights, they might not win the fights. And they're kind of low damage until they get 3 items on this Sivir, I think. So, but enough about that. Let's move into the game here. We're going to see how things are going to play out. So we zoom ourselves out here real quick and move back to the main little page here. I can see. Let's have a look at runes real quick. Let's see what the runes are saying. Let's have a look. Boom. There we go. So we have pretty bog standard stuff across the board. The Grasp of the Undying for Ambessa makes a ton of sense because I don't know if she's going to ever have major kill threat on the Malphite, but she's going to be just looking to take quick trades, burst out when, if she thinks she can all in at any one point, she will, but she doesn't need a rune to do that for her, right? She's got the secondary domination one as well to get that ultimate cooldown because her ultimate public execution is a great picking tool. If she can catch someone just unaware at the edge of a team fight and lock them up and it brings them straight into melee range, she can shut them down, right? But yeah, Grasp here is mainly just because the extra HP will make it harder for people to burst her down in team fights, right? And also, it gives her a little bit of HP back when she does these short trades. As we see, they take a short trade there in the top lane. Doesn't quite go for the side of G59, though. You can see the Malphite with his Arcane Comet. This is a very standard kind of setup for Malphite. He's one of the best users of Arcane Comet because he just presses Q, and the inherent slow built into Q makes it so that it's very, very hard to dodge the Arcane Comet damage after the fact. He's, yeah, one of the best users of that summoner spell. Of that rune, for sure. And other than that, though, I'd say I think everything is fairly bog standard. Although I do note PTA Nocturne. I want to know if that was a mistake, because in my experience, personally, Nocturne is a champion that prefers Conqueror or Lethal Tempo. If you're going to be the damage threat on your team and you want to try and kill people, like, Lethal Tempo tends to be the way forward. And if you're more of a kind of, I go in and then I need to survive, you tend to go Conqueror. But PTA here is kind of in the middle, right? It's kind of, well, it's a damaging one, but it's not like he's expecting to be in long fights, right? And, oh, okay, Patarina here and G59. Really low between the two of them, but we have to note that Malphite has no mana left here, so this is surely a bait, as we're going to see the flashes come out from both targets here. And now with G59's flash down, I'll be interested to see if we see Theus come up top side, but ooh, Rel goes in with a little bit of an engage. Bot lane has been pretty equal in these early laning minutes. You know, only 3 minutes here deep, and Swain is able to kind of get enough farm. It's not been a major issue for him, so And Patarina there in the top lane is going to stop the base of Ambessa. And he keeps basing in the guy's face as if to try and bait him into some kind of engagement here. Immediate teleport going to be popped as his base does finish. And he went for a cloth armor and a glowing moat. So the cloth armor makes a lot of sense here. I'm assuming he was just 50 gold off of getting another cloth armor. I imagine he goes for a Frozen Heart here early because it shuts down the Aurelia quite aggressively. But Nocturne is mid here. Doesn't know that Jarvan is on the other side though. And they're going to get Orianna's flash and then immediately Aurelia's flash on side as well. But this is on the wrong side of the map here for FRUITMAXXERS. So they're in danger, I think. And good job here by Pensive on the Jarvan to bait the enemy team into chasing him instead of looking for the Aurelia because he has Flag and Drag. So he is able to get himself to safety there. And it ends up being a neutral for good Chimps and FRUITMAXXERS there. Nobody actually walks out with any meaningful advantage, but Nocturne, Theus is trying to make it so that he finds something here, but that TP immediately from Snow is going to scare them away. And so that is, I think that is a net positive for good Chi here, for good Chimps, because now Aurelia has to walk back to lane. She's probably missed at least one wave that was able to crash while Orianna was there. We can see it's only really manifested into a 3 to 4 CS lead, so it's not a meaningful advantage as of yet, but she's sitting on a pickaxe and Arameria has not based. So with Arameria not basing, this is the prime time for Aurelia to try and push her, try and punish her, find something. She might be able to at least get a plate here in the mid lane as Arameria does finally base, but may see Orianna just immediately TP back to lane and make it so that there's no really difference. And she's sitting for an item, it looks. I think she might be close to Lost Chapter. Never mind. Never mind, she is not close to Lost Chapter. She is going to eventually TP here. Just a little bit of delay on the return there. And a little trading here in the bot lane is going to come through as the FRUITMAXXERS side, they're not very convinced that they want to go for anything here, but okay, public execution going to come out by G59 under the turret, and now he's got to tank an entire wave as Malphite actually gets away. I believe Malphite didn't actually have the unstoppable force at that time, and it is up now, so he's fishing for this Ambessa, but he doesn't want to lose too much of his wave, so he's going to fall back and leave it there. And this is the most even early game we have had of all 3 games right now. It feels like less mistakes are being made on both parts. Only thing I will say is I think with the Ori ultimate coming in, she might have a little bit more control here in that mid lane over the Aurelia. Although Aurelia's base was better, I take Pickaxe on your AD champion over Tier plus Amp Tome anytime, and they're gonna try and pressure something here. No ultimate on the Nocturne, but the Shockwave will come out all the same. Cataclysm though for Jarvan means that he is gonna jump onto Orianna, and that was first blood though for Ori, but Jarvan will pick up the return kill, and it looks like he's in a position to maybe get himself a double. All he needs to throw out is one more Flag and Drag, and that is it said and done here. First game of the series where Pensive is actually ahead in the early game. And you love to see it for him. He's doing a good job here. So he's up on CS on the Nocturne. He's had more presence than the Nocturne. So, you know, as the game has gone on, Pensive, or sorry, as the series has gone on, Pensive is actually starting to maybe go get one over here on the Theoske. So really good for him for sure. We'll return up to the top side, and we're going to see Ambessa here. About 10 CS up on Patarina. There is a wave still here for him to collect with a cannon minion, so he's going to pop the W to be able to secure the cannon. Chain Vest has been finished here for the Malphite, so Chain Vest is going to probably be building into maybe a Iceborne Gauntlet. First Paranoia of the game is going to come out here onto G59, and surely the Fear comes through, and they should be able to finish that. And that is an easy kill handed over to the Nocturne. I'm happy that they handed it to Nocturne as well, because I think Nocturne will be able to do more with it. You know, you give a kill to Patarina, he only starts to lose lane slightly less. And he's not even that far behind as it stands, whereas you give the kill to Nocturne, you expedite him getting Hexplate. Once he has Hexplate, Paranoia is so much more threatening because it's 30% cooldown reduction on it. Oh, sorry, it's not 30% cooldown, but it's 30 ability haste on that ability, so it's gonna shave a lot of seconds off of the actual usage of it. It also gives him a burst of attack speed when he actually uses the ability. So, you know, as someone, his main job here is to get as many hits of his... Oh, it's called like Umbral Strike, I think. Oh, that's going to annoy me. I am literally a Nocturne main, and I do not remember what the name of the ability is. Is it Umbral Blade? Umbral Blade. No, I do not remember. I am actually going to have to look this up. Sorry, give me a second. How dare I not know a thing? Oh, I was actually really close. Not Umbral Blade, Umbra Blades. Jesus Christ. That is super annoying, but whatever. We were close enough. I'll give it to myself. I'll give it to myself. He got that first Drake courtesy of the Umbra Blades. And they're gonna be happy with that to start this dragon stacking at about 8 minutes. So Chemtech Soul will not be, sorry. Chemtech Drake gives you, I believe, increased healing and shielding, which is great for the Karma. You know, Karma's happy to get that extra healing on, extra shielding on her Mantra E. And I think other than that, it's not going to be anyone else that's going to be happy. Very clean flash by Ambessa to dodge the unstoppable force. That was near enough frame perfect. And that's going to be 2 major cooldowns here done in the top side. And Ambessa still got that little bit of control here against Malphite. One of the closer lanes between these two players, though, I'd say Kennen into Zahen was a very G59 favored lane. And then Gwen up against the Tryndamere felt very, very favored for Gwen at first. But then as the game went on, it was much more favored for Katarina. And with this wave crashing here, Jarvan is hovering bot, but there is not much for him to get. He is on vision. He's looking to just maybe take a reset here and then go for his topside camps. Which, do you know what? Fair enough. I think that makes a ton of sense here for him. He's going to finish his Sundered Sky, putting him on item parity with Nocturne, who is on already his Hexblade. And never mind, that Chain Fest here for the Malphite is actually going into a Sunfire Cave, or Sunfire Aegis, as it is now called, my bad. I'm not the biggest fan of Sunfire Aegis, to be honest with you. I think it would have been better as an Iceborne Gauntlet. I think Iceborne Gauntlet, with the extra slows and whatnot that it would provide him, also the extra damage is maybe better. But we're going to see a flash here from Rel as they think they've caught Karma out, and Swain is going to be able to chunk her. Going to see the flash from Swain as well as the Ghost. And that's going to be a kill here onto Chi Blossom. So good stuff there for Curseverar and Paper Knight, as they're going to walk away with the very easy kill there. Although it did cost them both of their flashes. So if you're this Nocturne right now, you're going to be taking note of that. Thinking, okay, maybe we can make something happen in the next 5 minutes around that next Drake, right? We got 2.5 minutes until Drake comes up. Can we maybe punish that? We're going to see Paranoia is going to come out here onto G59, who is, again, just caught out, just too aggressive here, is the top laner of FRUITMAXXERS, and he's 0-2 right now. You know, he's got similar CS right now, but it's based mainly on the fact I believe he's gotten plating. But, yeah, not the greatest lane here for G59, I would say. He's making Malphite look OP. And, Katarina's been doing very well to mitigate who is the best player of FRUITMAXXERS. Although here comes Snow with a very clean all-in, and he's just going to take Orianna straight down. We see the flash come out as, I believe there was a stun there off of the tether of Karma, and now I think there's not going to be much more else to be gained here. It looked like Aurelia could have taken that 2v1 initially when it was Orianna and Karma. She shredded Ori so quickly, and then nearly went on to Karma, but Nocturne showing up makes it kind of hard, you know. She's on that major power spike of having her Blade of the Ruin King right now, so she's, I don't want to say she's as strong as she's ever going to get, but it is like the known Aurelia power spike is, you know, get that Blade of the Ruin King, and then you just start to shred people as you jump onto them, right? But only really manifesting in about a 700 gold lead for her as it speaks right now. And the game is, for all intents and purposes, equal. We got negligible lead in bot lane, negligible lead in support, negligible lead in top and jungle. Only about 600 here in the mid, which is going to be those plates and that kill, I think, as well as the 2 assists that are staying on top of Snow. So
say for Snow here, I want to say he's had a good series so far, considering this is his first time playing with FRUITMAXXERS. Snow has been kind of the super sub of Hardstuck Heroes. He is currently listed as a main roster member, main roster substitute for Cutter's Cuties in the Sweatlord bracket, who are in the finals right now. But he's seen more play, honestly, as a sub player in the Hardstuck Heroes bracket, where he's played mid lane for Cutter's Piggies, which is the sister team of his team he's actually registered on, as well as now FRUITMAXXERS and Diamond Esports. So yeah, Snow's been around the block a bit, kind of played with a ton of teams this season, and big shout out to him for kind of covering so many teams here and fitting in. It's been plug and play for many a roster. Although I will say that the champion pool is a little restrictive, but you know, when he gets a champion, he knows how to play, like their Carly, like their Aurelia, can really take the game on his own. And the gold lead for him has ballooned a little bit from 500 to 1000 as he's getting a CS lead. And we're going to see 3 members here of FRUITMAXXERS just find an easy kill onto Blossom, who again has been caught out, and that time just without the flash here, right? Their flash was still down from the play 5 minutes ago, and it's, yeah, super rough there for Blossom. Second death of the game. You can see, I assume that the items in their inventory is going towards a Malignance. So Malignance is a great item for Karma. She's someone who abuses her ultimate a lot, and so being able to get it that much easier, you know, that much shorter cooldown because of the extra ability haste that comes off of Malignance for your ultimate is great. Also the kind of pool that it creates when you land your Mantra Q. It adds extra slows, adds extra DPS. It's, you know, it's holistically a great item for her, for sure. And not quite finished yet, though, while Paper Knight has finished the Zeke's Convergence. And this is... I don't want to turn this into another, oh my god, Zeke's Convergence, what a great item. But, like, it's 2200 gold for some of the most cost-effective stats you can get, right? And on champions like Rel, or you know, any ultimate focus champion, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Zeke built by this Malphite at some point. It's so good because it gives your ultimate ability an extra bit of slowing potential, a little bit of extra DPS, but I'm not gonna lie, the DPS is not really why you take it. And then the extra ultimate ability haste and all of the extra kind of beefiness stats it gives you, all in a nice little 2200 gold bow. Is, you know, you take those. And we're gonna see here G59 off of the TP from Patarina is gonna get caught. He's gonna have to flash out. He doesn't have ultimate here. Flag and Drag is gonna come out, but Malphite is so beefy right now. You are both AD champions, and that is a Bramble Vest plus a Sunfire Aegis on Malphite, so he can take a beating right now. And he does have to eventually flash out as Rel makes her presence known, but with the unstoppable... Sorry, the, not unstoppable force, oh my god, with the public execution catching Sivir just in the wrong place there. She was very aggressively positioned, and her team just weren't there to defend her. So she's going to go down. First death for Sivir in the game, and it's going to be complete control over this Herald for FRUITMAXXERS. So they're going to be more than happy to take that. We can see G59 making his way back. Aurelia has gone straight to the bot lane, while Swain is going to be taking up that mid turret, and Jarvan and Rel here just kind of playing goalkeeper on that neutral, making sure nobody comes to try and steal it. And 2.3k is the gold lead right now, so FRUITMAXXERS more than happy to take that. They've gotten what, a little bit over, sorry, they've got one Drake each, so that's not too bad. They got 9 plates to 6. And then it's CS leads, I believe, in most of the lanes, right? So bot lane, they're only 3 down, but in the jungle, Pensive is actually doing a really good job here. He's been a part of 5 of their 7 kills. He's been counter-ganking a lot of Nocturne's, a lot of his paranoia engages, which has made it really hard for Deoskate to be able to get anything. But G59 just disrespecting Patarina there, and is going to die to the easy combo of the ultimate unstoppable force and just the Malphite E. And he's going to go down real quick, so unlucky there for him. And going to cost him a little bit of his team's gold lead as well, as now 720 gold for Katarina in the lead. He's more than happy to take that, and we can see first item has been finished at least for G59. He has that Black Cleaver, which is going to be invaluable for him in trading with Malphite, right? His ability to be able to do something to this Malphite really relies on him being able to shred through some of these resistances. Because look at Malphite's builds. He's got... Oh, hold up. Aurelia's going in hard here, and we're going to see the Shockwave land onto Rel and Aurelia to get them both out. Paranoia is going to come in hopes to be able to secure the kill onto Rel, and he does get it, so he is in a killing spree now. But Aurelia just commits full hog, and she's going to actually get that kill. The flashes out and immediately lands the stun hit onto Nocturne, and now it's going to be, can I get away from the fear? I don't think you can, but you are going to press W to try and reduce some of the damage, and he's very clear. Ah, very close to trying to 2v1 there, but unfortunately the power of the Nocturne turns that near hero play into just a 1v1. Sorry, just a 1-4-1 even, but you know what? Commendable play for him. He has finished his Hull Breaker here, so gonna be in the side lanes permanently this game, I think. I imagine we spend most of this game in a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 from FRUITMAXXERS, where they send Aurelia or they send Ambessa into a side lane and say, come and match me, come and 1v1 me. Right now, it's always going to be Aurelia, because Aurelia is 1.6k ahead. I think she might have the most gold in the game right now, if I'm being honest with you. Let's have a quick look just to see. Yeah, there we go. She is nearly at 1,000 gold. Oh no, sorry. She's about 300 gold up on Theus, but then everybody else is like 1,000 gold. She's meaningfully ahead right now. And she's also one of the few people on 2 completed items right now, if I look at it. Let's see. Now, to be fair, most people are actually on 2 items. It's only a few people that aren't. And we're going to see an engage here. Cataclysm's going to come in, and then that's going to be straight into the Magnet Storm. And this is way more people here for the side of good chimps, so they're going to take the overall positive here in the fight. But the flash straight into the public execution onto Nocturne, and they're going to start chasing Theus down. Paranoia gets used defensively, and the fear comes out just to keep himself safe. And you never really see the defensive Paranoia these days, but you know, good play here by FRUITMAXXERS to try and keep their control of this game. But they are still down a member. Rel is still dead, and there is going to be a TP coming in here by, I believe, Orianna. So we are at a numbers disadvantage for FRUITMAXXERS. And Bessa is putting herself in very dangerous territory to kill Blossom, but Blossom ends up killing her. And now Aurelia is here, and Aurelia is trying to do as much as she can, but she's on like 10% HP right now. I don't think she can do much at all. They're going to have to hand over this Drake, and that is another kill here for Aramiria. 3-3-3 on the Orianna right now. Very good play here for the chimps. And they send Katarina up top side with the TP to try and get some plates here on the top side, while G59 is on a gray screen. So good stuff holistically for the chimps here. 21.7k damage on the Malphite as well is huge numbers for him. And this is kind of the nature of that top lane, right? The top lane 1v1s, you know, when you're in that kind of wet noodle fight, you always get it. And look at the TP shielding on Malphite. He gets to sit on that for a ton. And almost all of it got obliterated there by the Rel. Rel does have shield breaker, right? Her alongside, what is his name? Renekton. They both have the ability to break shields. And so I think him losing that shield and revealing just how low he actually was kind of scares his team away from doing the Baron, because he looked kind of beefy and then he just wasn't kind of beefy because of Rel. And so with that happening, they do fall off the Baron here. We're going to see the Herald is going to be popped in the top side. I don't even think that's going to hit, to be honest. The charge seems to have already been used. Multiple ultimates used there onto Nocturne, but a pristine flash actually wastes a ton of people's time. And now Malphite is going to commit the unstoppable force here to get some kind of return on investment there. Another 1-for-1 in the play holistically, but I think he might still go down here. We're going to see shielding from Karma come out, and they're going to start to trade. Flag and Drag is going to come out, and G59 and Java know their damage here, so they're going to try and outplay this, as here comes Curse of Ra, killing spree on the Swain, and they're going to get Ambessa though with the Mantra Q there from Karma. And with Siva showing up now, it might be a little bit of a different story. Never mind though, they're going to just clear the wave and call it a day. And that is the end of that one there, as we reach towards the 23-minute mark. Orianna's catching that bot wave. We've got the Aurelia clearing some of the jungle. A lot of Aurelia's advantage is kind of shriveled a bit, right? She's gone down from 2k to 1k. She's still sitting on 2 items, and we see here the Leandries is going to be finished with Orianna, so I'm not the biggest fan of the Orianna Leandries. I think that the extra consistent damage here against the beefy lineup of FRUITMAXXERS makes it good, but otherwise I think it's holistically not great. Paranoia Shockwave going to come out here onto Aurelia, and Aurelia is trying her hardest to do something, but the lack of damage there, she just couldn't really hurt Nocturne because of the chain CC. It was Shockwave into the fear, into death. And now Orianna gets a free lane to farm, and that gold lead is again just going to shrink. We can see two recurve bows have been picked up by Aurelia, so she's going to be looking for what looks to be a Wit's End as her next item, which I think makes a ton of sense. She's having a lot of issues with the CC. The heavy CC on the side of CHImps is making it very hard for her to kind of actually play the game the way she wants to, because she doesn't want to have to play with her team. She wants to play in a side lane, she wants to be isolated, she wants to find isolated 1v1s, and the team they're facing just keeps bringing multiple men to the fight. And then, awkwardly, FRUITMAXXERS haven't been able to do anything when the enemy commit those multiple members, you know? We keep seeing Theus come in with the Paranoia, find angles onto Aurelia, and then with the Paranoia in tow, it's so hard for her to kind of pay attention to where the ball is. Yeah, bro, I'm solo casting. It is what it is. Unless you want to jump in. We did have Sai for the first 2 games, but he did an early shift today and then has an early shift tomorrow, so that's a 4 AM start for him, so he was kind of cooked. So I let him get out. And yeah, we fuck it, we bull is the angle right now. But Ambessa currently being chased down by Theus. He's going to see if he can get something here. Awkwardly, because of the Blast Cone, he can't actually kind of connect on the fear. And so that is going to be Ambessa here getting out for free. 1 and 5 right now in the top lane. So if I would say that he's had impact for someone who is 1 and 5, but we're going to see the easy Cataclysm land here onto Orianna. Immediate Paranoia is going to come out, and they're going to try and kill Jarvan, but Jarvan is getting out with a slither of HP. G59 is going to find Armiria on the side, and that is going to be 2 quick kills here for FRUITMAXXERS. Good CHImps committed way too hard to trying to finalize the kill onto Jarvan, because he does have a shutdown on him, but it just wasn't to be. And now they have the first move here onto this Baron. Only thing against them, I'll say, is that Jarvan is really low. But look, even the side of good CHImps, they don't want to try and contest it. Karma and Siva are floating, but they have Patarina here just to match Aurelia. And that was a big mantra Q there by Karma. And now Jarvan is completely out of the engagement. They can't really rely on him here. Massive mantra E as well by Karma is going to make it so Siva seems really fucking healthy. And look how low all the health bars here are for the side of FRUITMAXXERS. They wanted that Baron and they just can't take it. Courtesy of Blossom and Dutch Pichu, they just don't have the tools to be able to take it while they're under the duress of that poke. And with them having to take resets, Orianna makes her way straight onto the map with her teleport. And it is what it is here, is that third Drake is going to be up here. Good CHImps, if they can secure this, they get that soul point, they'll be more than happy to take that, but you're not going to get it without a contest here. FRUITMAXXERS are around. G59 is going to find Sivir in the side lane. She walked into a bush, and that was the wrong bush to be in. And now Rel is going to start the engage here onto Nocturne, and it looks like Nocturne is caught out. He might use Paranoia just to jump onto G59 and get himself out to safety. He does it, but he does it way too late, and the enemy team are already here and already ready to fight. Malphite is going to get jumped on here, and I think he should be safe. We did see the Aurelia ult come out, but she landed it on no one. Meanwhile, Pensive on this Jarvan is able to just take the extended 1v1 onto Orianna. Orianna had to buy the physical boots, what are they, Ninja Tabbies, Plated Steel Caps is their new name, and just run down the Ori. It doesn't matter that she has those defensive boots. She cannot take these extended fights with him. He is so accelerated right now. He is 6-0 and 5 in this game. And I want to take a quick look at, he's literally carrying the most gold in the game right now, and he's sitting on a 700 gold shutdown as well, so it's going to be Operation Kill the Prince in this game, I think, because whoever gets that shutdown on him is going to get a massive gold injection. And for someone like the Sivir right now, who, while she is at parity with Swain, she's only on 2 items. He's on 3 because his items are cheaper than hers. If she can get that 1,000 gold, she could actually become relevant in this game right now. Like we said at the beginning, when she gets 3 items, the team will finally have damage. But Jarvan is just going to run down Karma here. The Cataclysm is going to be committed. They have to use the spell shield here for Sivir to make sure that the flag and drag doesn't connect. Nocturne makes his presence known, but he can't really do anything. And with the public execution, Sivir is going to go down, and she can't do anything in this game right now. It is such a hard game for Sivir to exist. When they have champions like Jarvan, when they have champions like Ambessa, like Aurelia, who want to get up in your guts. You know, all of their abilities are about clicking forward and about trying to get on top of someone, into melee range of someone. Sivir doesn't have mobility options to get herself to safety in those kind of places. You want to be playing a champion like an Ezreal, maybe. But we have Sivir. We need to see what we can do with the Sivir. It's going to be a Baron given over here completely for free, considering how many people died on the side of good chimps. And the gold lead, I think for the first time this game, has kind of grown out. We're at 5k right now, so they're doing something right here over on the side of FRUITMAXXERS, considering how game 1 went, you know. And I want to say as well that I think that considering the top lane going as badly as it did, I think that the jungle in this game, specifically, Pensive is having the best game he has had this entire series. And, you know, mid lane is going favored for Snow, even if his scoreline doesn't look like it does. He's 60 CS up. He's been getting plates on every lane. Like, he got all of the plates mid lane. He's gotten most of the plates bot lane. And that's where most of his gold lead is coming from here. And when he's on this 3rd item, we can see he's got Steel Sigil, which is probably going into a death stance. So I'm sure once he gets that death stance, he's going to be even harder to deal with. So, but either way, we are about 30 minutes into this game. Baron has been collected, although we only have a little under 2 minutes left on it. So FRUITMAXXERS really need to maximize the gold they can gain with this neutral objective. And we can see G59 pushing in the top lane. Gonna commit a little too hard, and we see the paranoia is gonna come out, but here comes Rel to try and make a difference. Unstoppable Force is gonna land on 2. Magnet Storm is gonna come out, but if Ambessa isn't there to deal the damage, I don't think Rel is gonna be able to do much else herself. Shielding is gonna come in, and she is actually gonna be able to commit to 2 kills here. And they're gonna happily take those. You know, we see Pensive come in on the side, 8-0 and 7 right now. He is very much activated on this Jarvan, and he's sitting on most of the components of what's probably gonna become a GA. So he is literally gonna be playing keep away with this this 700 gold bounty on him right now. And they're just gonna keep pushing here onto this tier 3, and we're gonna see 2-man Cataclysm come out, and Sivir cannot go anywhere. She doesn't have flash, so she can't do anything. All she can do is pop the barrier, which is what keeps her barely alive here. But even then, G59 is looking to chase down. Aurelia is gonna chase here onto Orianna. They finished that tier 3 bot turret, and I don't know if they have the facilities to stop this. Look at that massive Baron buff wave in the top side. It's got 3 cannon minions just hammering onto the Nexus turret, and if they don't actually clear that, it will just end the game for them. Paranoia is going to come out here onto, again, I think the Jarvan, but they're so blinded by trying to get this shutdown that their base is not in a good place right now. And Karma is going to get killed by Swain here. Malphite is going to take a little bit of damage, but he is beefy enough that it's going to take a while for Swain to actually kill him. Ambessa's here to help, and Ambessa with the actually disgusting shielding. It makes her so beefy, and now Nocturne is going to pay the price. Pensive is going to go legendary. And I think this has got to be the game. The Baron is over, but the base is in tatters. And they're going to immediately take off one of the Nexus turrets. They finish off the ace here for FRUITMAXXERS, and they're going to take this game to match point right now. Congratulations to FRUITMAXXERS there. You guys take that game 3. Both games that you've won, you've finished on commanding leads. And so it needs to be said, they are looking really strong going into this game 4. We've seen in Weenie Hut Junior bracket, both of the series, both of the semifinals were 4 games. Gromp support group against Hardstuck Helmets was also a 4-game series. So right now, it's looking very much like FRUITMAXXERS are going to take this one. But we're going to cut to a quick 10-minute break. When we're back, we'll be back straight into game 4. So keep Keep yourselves entertained for 10 minutes. We're gonna have some Riot approved music in the meantime. Peace. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for Game 4 of the MiniLCS Winter Open 2026 semi-finals in the Hardstuck Heroes bracket. We have good chimps up against the wall here. They have taken a game off of FRUITMAXXERS, which, do you know what? I say if they lose here, that's still a good showing, to be honest with you. I think I said it at the beginning of the stream, and I'll say it again. I think they have done very well to get where they are, and I think if you look purely from the position of how people have done their pick'ems and what people were kind of expecting in, you know, the tournament thus far, not many people expected them to get out of top 4, and a few more didn't expect them to get out of top 8. So, you know, taking a game off FRUITMAXXERS, who are yet to lose a series, has been really impressive, but we'll have to see how things go out here as we move towards Game 4. So good chimps, having lost that game, they opt for the blue side this time. So they have a prio pick they want here in what looks to be Sejuani. And awkwardly, FRUITMAXXERS, for whatever reason, their top laner has had to abandon the game due to, I don't actually know if it's personal or professional reasons. I couldn't tell you. I wasn't informed. I was just informed they had to leave. So we are replacing G59 with Secluded Pathos, who is the former substitute and jungler for Coinflip Amateurs that were a team in the Sweatlord bracket a little bit earlier. But also, with the player changes, we also have caster changes. So obviously, Game 3, I cast on my own because Sai was tired. He couldn't carry on, so understandably left. But we have Mahaswara in with us. How are we doing, Mahaswara? How have you been enjoying the series so far?
Well, the series has been a pretty good one. I have seen a fair amount of good chimps games, and I gotta say that everybody consistently keeps underrating them. And however, if I were to compare them to an animal, I'd say like they're cockroaches. They just refuse to go away. They just will not die. You just can't get rid of them.
Crazy.
So
right
now, the FRUITMAXXERS can do some pest control and either decide to get rid of them, or, well, God knows, we might actually get to a 5th game, and if that's the case, well, then the cockroaches would live to fight another day. That being said,
my eyes are really on Patarina here, on this Mordekaiser. So I don't know if you remember watching the Good Chimps versus what was it? The Mahmoudi's Mandem quarterfinals game, right? It was game 2. So game 1, they were losing the entire game, and they found one really good kind of like perfect place, perfect time play against the enemy team at Baron, where the enemy team, who were 4 to 5k up, they took a Baron that was kind of risky, and then they got aced, and they lost the game in the exact same push. But game 2 was a very different story, where we saw the Mordekaiser from Patarina dominate top lane and became a complete menace throughout the rest of the game, like hard carried that entire game 2. And to see it picked here,
the rest of his team was behind in that game, by the way. Like,
yeah, they were.
The game was even because Patarina was dominating that top lane so much. Like, he just was like, guys, I don't care what you do. I refuse to go down here. I will, just like a cockroach. He refuses to just disappear. King of the cockroaches. There we go. We have a new name for the Patarina.
That's a crazy,
crazy
one. But yeah,
he did an absolute... He put a team on that back during that game. Monstrous performance. And the fact that he brings it out here again, I find that pretty interesting. There's one interaction I always I'm unsure about how it goes, but if I'm not mistaken, if the Mordekaiser ever faces the Trundle, I think that whoever of the two has to ult first loses out.
Yes.
Because you're basically stealing each other's stats, but whoever steals first gets them stolen again. Yeah. So in that case, I feel like the Trundle, as long as Patarina forces the Trundle to face him, they're not going to be in a good time. They're not going to have a good time. So this is going to be very interesting.
I believe it's the Ornn top. So Mordekaiser into Ornn should be very much Mordekaiser favored.
I think that you pick the Ornn just for safety here, which I kind of disagree with the idea of leaving top the R5 if you're going to pick Ornn. I think that realistically you should be putting him... Ornn is a champion that is blind pickable. I think that he's a champion that is safe in most lanes. I can imagine Secluded Pathos won't lose this lane particularly hard, but like equally, you've given away one of your best tools in R5 counterpick to not even really win lane, and we're gonna see Pensive here is gonna push in, but the whole top side of the map are here to try and fight him, and that's gonna be an easy first blood over to Arameria here. So that's gonna put this not Sejuani, sorry, this Talia in a very happy place here, where she's already got enough in her inventory right now to get a tier if she so pleases. And also, it sets that first clear of Trundle behind massively. He's also missing his flash, which is one of the primary tools he needs to get in. You know, one of the main weaknesses of Trundle is that he gets caught, sorry, not that he gets caught out, that he can't catch up to people, right? You have to build stuff like Deadman's Plate on him, or you have to early buy your movement speed items like your boots and stuff to be able to kind of keep up with people. Sometimes people might even take Ghost on him, although rarely, I would say. It's not the most common, but it's not a bad item. You know, he's got the blue smite as well, specifically because he really needs and benefits from that movement speed. And for him to not have flash means he might not have the ability to gank in the early game. But that is a first kill there for Secluded Pathos in that early game. I was really surprised that kind of went the way it did, to be honest, because like, extended trade should be for the Mord.
Yeah, no, totally agree with that. The guy who we just proclaimed the king of cockroaches decides to go down in the top lane in a 1v1. Hey, who knows? Maybe the Ornn is just a pest control champion. I don't know. Maybe they can just chose that to round out the comp. I do think you needed some kind of engage just to make sure that your Trundle can get into the fight and that Rakan can follow up onto it or change things around. You can get Rakan to go first with the quickness and then have a follow-up engage onto that, but they needed something in the top lane. So that's where I do understand the Ornn pick up. However, Ornn 1v1ing a Mordekaiser this early into the game, that should be illegal. That should not be happening. And we'll see now how all of this moves around. But here we go. There more fighting in the top lane. I've got a feeling that that's going to be a never-ending story. That being said, the Trundle has managed to avoid a fight, and now the big question is: will the mid laners collapse? Mid laners and jungle collapse on it? Which? Oh no, never mind. Trundle's going for a gank top, not even going for the double scuttle.
They are going to catch Mordekaiser out here again, though, which I think is really good. Because, again, if they can keep this Mordekaiser down, we've seen what Patarina can do with it when he gets ahead. So, you know, trying to shut it down as much as you can here, trying to put him down while you can, kind of makes a lot of sense. And, you know, he is still up in CS, I'll say. The gold lead is very negligible right now for Secluded Pathos, but yeah, if we can keep this Mordekaiser down, don't let him build a lead. I like the angle. He's also one of the easier lanes for Trundle to gank, right? I think Trundle's probably looking at it as, if I go to mid, I have no setup CC. If I go to bot, I'm praying Rakan lands a knock-up, and if he doesn't, then I'm gonna have a hard time. If I'm going top, as long as Secluded Pathos can land his QE, like, it's not too bad, right? And Mordekaiser has no mobility. He can't just dash out. He doesn't have the net that Caitlyn has. He doesn't have the kind of... Oh, hold up.
I agree upon what I agree on what you mostly said. However, as soon as he hits level 6, that deal's off the table.
Yeah, Death Row makes it super hard.
Yeah, and look at that. Very well played from the good CHImps bot lane, getting out of that gank. I think only having lost flash on Leona is totally worth it. That's an amazing combination to pull up here. And Patarina is continuously taking some pretty bad trades from this Ornn, I gotta say. Like, he's really getting chunked out on multiple occasions.
Yeah,
Blossom just decided to pop the ignite to cancel Curse of Wrath back. Well, that's an interesting decision right there. And wow, no way. Wow. Okay. Well, technically it worked out.
Yeah.
So as long as they don't fight right after that, then that was totally a good trade, because you've denied the ideal back timer for Yunara. You get to push her in again. She gets stuck. Khan is here. Caitlyn just gets the reset that Caitlyn wanted, and you've won that for what? An ignite, and the timer on that is already, you've already only lost 1/3 of the timer on it. So that's an interesting investment, but probably a worthwhile one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think to stagger the bases is kind of nice, right? Because, you know, when people choose to base, it's gonna be very intentional, and if you can prevent it, then whatever their intention was with that base, it's kind of staggered, right? Like, for example, you'll send your support back first, and your AD carry will stay for one more wave, and then he'll go. And if you can stagger him recalling, for example, then by the time he hits his base, your support's already back in lane, or they're already attempting to roam, and so you create this kind of dead time for the other person who, you know, well, they thought, I'm gonna go roam mid one time, and then by the time I'm done and I'm back, my AD carry's back, and now I'm protecting them. But now the reality is he didn't get to base on time because of that ignite, and so he has to wait, like, what, 2 seconds for ignite to stop ticking for him to then be able to go back. And then by the time he's bought his items, your support's like, oh damn, there's nothing for me to do here, and you just end up floating around. And in this case, if you're good chimps, that could have meant you could have found a kill with your jungler there, finding this support kind of roaming, you know? Like, Rakan is not the healthiest and, like, safest champion in that kind of regard. He has one dash, and then he needs the second dash to go to an ally, right? Like, he can't use the second dash unless it's for targeting someone that's on his team, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure on that one, because I don't think I've ever played Rakan, to be fair. But, you know, he's someone who can be caught, especially when you have a champion like Leona, when you have champions like Talia, who can, you know, with the Unraveled Earth, she can just lock someone down like a Rakan very easily. Several people, to be fair. I think everyone apart from Trundle has a dash on their kit, and it's going to be a whiff on the Call of the Forge God. And
no, it's not a whiff because he's being ulted. Yeah, it's not a whiff because he's been ulted afterwards. He's been ulted while he's charging it up. Then you can't do it. No.
You can't do it, really? I did not know that.
No, then you can't, because it doesn't get called into the Death Realm. So that's really well played. Look, for all the comments we gave Patarina earlier losing the 1v1, this is an absolutely exquisite play. First off, he pushes Secluded Pathless under the turret, forcing him to take 2 turret shots. Not only that, once that is done, then he uses the ultimate, his ultimate, and pulls Pathos into the Death Realm, meaning that Pathos can no longer use the knockback on his ultimate. Because of that, that means that obviously he doesn't have the CC, and he's just stuck in there, basically an ult down, because he didn't get that first charge either.
Yeah, no.
That's really well played.
Yeah, agreed. Even though he is down in CS right now, you know, being able to get that kill has really brought him back into the game here. And we're gonna see the Unraveled Earth be used there, but doesn't quite catch the Azir as he's gonna zoom his way out. And Azir is one of those champions that has such deceptive range with his ability to dash, and they're gonna catch Leona out here. We're gonna see the pillar come down. 3-man solar flare does land, but nobody on the side of the Chimps is really here to help. And I think he didn't have flash there, but he was really positioning as if he was going to use it. And I'm like, don't do it. No, like, Drake is up in a minute, and even if you flash out, like, they're probably still killing you. And so if they still kill you and you use flash, it's total waste. But luckily there for him. I also want to mention Bicky is back in rotation here. They did sub out Dutch Pichu for Bicky here. I guess, you know, as awkward as it is, you know, their main AD carry there did have a 0% win rate in the series. Game 2 and Game 3 with Dutch Pichu in there, they did struggle. So, whereas in Game 1, Bicky and Blossom were able to get a little bit of a... I don't think they had a commanding lead in bot, but they didn't lose. Whereas in Game 2 and Game 3, I feel like the Smolder and the Swain, they were at least at neutrality for laning phase, and then they were able to kind of blow up towards the mid to late game. And Blossom here threatening there. I think if they had landed that, I mean, I'm assuming that was
think he's in trouble then.
Yeah, exactly. It was an
he's in
intended
trouble.
miss. Yeah. But luckily there, for FRUITMAXXERS there, they got that iron will, you know, balls of steel. And they don't stop the bases there, knowing that that was nothing more than a bait. And gonna be fine with that, as Drake has come up, and this will be second Drake if good chimps can get it. But Rakan and Yunara are looking to go onto Caitlyn, and they're gonna jump onto her. She's gonna burn the flash here. There should still be a kill. Barrier's gonna get up. Heal for the movement speed here, and I don't know. This is just out of range. They are going very, very deep for this Caitlyn. They do get her, but Paper Knight took tons of damage. Meanwhile, Pensive is going to be able to kill Blossom here on the side, and they flash over for the Talia, but Talia has tons of damage here. I think Trundle might go down. Luckily for him, the Bellows Breath comes in, and now with the fight around the Drake having been won, Secluded Pathos is going to make his way back topside with the TP to try and make sure Pasarina can't get any more off of this play, and it should be a handed over Drake to the side of FRUITMAXXERS. Meaning neither team is close to a potential soul here within the next 15 minutes. Although Sejuani has jumped in, Theus is kind of looking for it here. He's going to land the W here onto several targets. We're going to see the Grand Entrance is going to come out. This is a smite fight, but Theus is going to die here just before. Both of them could have smited that. I believe both of their smites are currently at 1,000, so that Drake went down to like 990 something before Theus died, but very close here as FRUITMAXXERS take their gold lead here at about 1,000. So, and
yeah, but I'm not sure I agree with that play from Theus. I'll put it this way, right? You've already lost multiple people because technically you're in a bad spot because you left your Caitlyn alone, who got blown up. They already madly overchased for that. You then lost the fight in the river as well. At this point, just play safe. You don't need to donate another 300 gold over to them. That kind of feels a tad unnecessary, especially if you look at all things, considering you scale fairly decently into the game, in my opinion. I do know that there is an Azira on the enemy team, but like your scaling isn't that horrendous. That kind of felt a bit forced. I don't think you need to go for it that early, especially with Patarina on
I
that.
disagree with you. I think it was super forced. Gonna see the Death Realm tech used again there by Patarina to prevent that second call of the Forge Code coming through. Leona is here just in case they do not get the kill. But a flash is going to come out from both parties, and that is going to be another kill here for Patarina. And we're at a point now where Ornn just cannot match the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser has got Dusk and Dawn, so he's triggering his passive one tick faster, right? All he needs to do is like Q auto, and then his passive is triggering. And Grand Entrance used really early here. I don't know if they knew Talia was nearby, but Rakan is going to die for that transgression. Ace in the Hole is going to catch Yunara completely unaware, and this is going to be a 3-for-0 at least. Surely they're going to land the Zenith Blade here onto Trundle. Trundle's going to try and chomp down on Talia, but unfortunately, with the seismic shove, we're going to see Trundle go to the gray screen as well, and that's a big lead, kind of big swing there. So, you know, we had leads in bot lane and equal in mid, but now it's a lead in mid and equal in bot lane. So 1.8k is the gold lead on good chimps right now, courtesy mostly of Patarina. And they are looking real strong here as we transition towards the mid game. We've got the Heart still completed for the Sejuani. We've got Dusk and Dawn for Mordekaiser and his tier 2 boots as well. He has opted for the Merc Treads here because I believe the damage off of Bellows Breath is primarily magical, and that's where most of Ornn's damage really comes from. It's that and the Brittle Clocks, right? So he doesn't care too much about the Trundle or the Yunara right now. It's more so Azir will be wailing on me late game, and I'm laning against this Ornn. And then Seraph's Embrace almost done for the Talia. Is it Stormrazor? Is that samurai sword looking item, right? I cannot remember the name of it. It's one of the ones they brought back. It was an old item from a few seasons ago.
Right.
Brought it back.
Stormrazor it is indeed.
Yeah, Stormrazor.
It is indeed Stormrazor. And the big thing that I was about to say is, and you pointed out, I was just saying after the death of Tosuke, there was a 1k gold lead, and I was like, that was kind of unnecessary. But look how it's played out now, and this is just absolutely fantastic. Oh.
The Zenith blade there kind of catching at the edge of the skill and gonna be able to help them finish off Snow there, who is, I think Snow's having a kind of a bad game here. He's doing very well in the lane. And we're gonna see Aramiria catch Cursor Raw right underneath his turret. And there's gonna be at least another kill here as Trundle's gonna find a kill off the Caitlyn, but now Secluded Pathos is surrounded by 3 people. We're gonna let a 2-man seismic shove. And then it looks like they're gonna get the shutdown here onto Theosuke, but Talia is still hammering down, and now Patarina's involved. It's gonna be so much harder. They're gonna take Trundle into the Death Realm, and now in the isolated 1v1, I think that Patarina should just win this. Subjugate was already down, so there was nothing Trundle could do, and now with a flash commit from Talia, he's gonna chase down Rakan. Ornn is here, but the seismic shove is gonna land. Luckily, he has Bellows Breath to make himself unstoppable, so he doesn't actually get hit by it, but this is still very much a favored fight for Chi. They're gonna take that. 3.6k is the gold lead for good chimps. And you can hear some pings coming out, and if that's from the FRUITMAXXERS side, I wonder if that's tilt setting in. You know? Like, you gotta think here, from the side of the FRUITMAXXERS, like, realistically speaking, you know, they're already playing with a sub-mid. They would be playing with Z-Man, but unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, he isn't here. So they're playing with a sub-mid. They play 2 games with their top laner, who just disappears with no reason given. So they now have to play with a different top laner of whom they have 0 synergy with. And you got to think, when you're down 4k gold at match point, it might be tilting, right? They might actually be having, it might be mental boom at this point, where, you know, we're like 5k gold, they've lost second Drake here, there's 2 turrets to 0, and the enemy team scale pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. I think the FRUITMAXXERS draft scales more, but if you're from behind, you know, trying to get to those key item breakpoints, it's going to be so hard for them, no? Like, Azir has had to build the MR boots here as well, so he's had to build defensively for boots, which is not the usual for Azir, I believe. I think you usually go for Sorcerer Shoes, but in this instance, I think he's been taking a lot of AP damage, and also if Sejuani gets on top of him, he's gonna die. Like, it's a necessity in this game, right? I think also it needs to be mentioned that there's no cleanse for Yanara. We've had to rush Mikhail's on Paper Knight, so that's also another thing that I think is maybe setting them back a little bit here.
I'm not sure about the choice of boots, if that's really the ideal option for Azir, because if you are taking those boots because you are concerned about CC, then dare I say, with all your shuffle, reposition, and your ultimate, I'd argue you're mispositioning at that point.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm not totally on board with the choice of boots in that regard, but that's just me. I think you're really setting yourself, mainly your team, back a bit too far. You just want to scale up. And granted, they do scale. Well, they scale better because you get the. What is it? Ornn gives you what, 1k stats, 1k free stats per item upgraded, if I've got this correctly. Or you're going to be getting
approximately 1k gold per item.
So you're going to get those either way, no matter what you do about it. So you don't need to worry that. So just going even is good enough for you. And then Azir and Yunara. Azir scales better than Talia. Yunara versus Caitlyn, I think that's Yunara favored slightly, not that massively, but slightly. So the only thing you need to make sure is that you don't end up being absolutely bullied by this. And here he does it again.
Let's say it, third time here, all of the force that's gonna come out, gets sentenced straight to the Death Realm, and he can't actually do that second part of it. We're gonna see that Ornn actually survives the Death Realm this time, and now it looks like side of FRUITMAXXERS wanted to go onto it, but then Rakan tries with the Grand Entrance and just gets obliterated. He doesn't get a chance to do anything, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade here. Theosuke's gonna go down. I want to point, I'm not super into the Sejuani's build here. Like, they've gone for instead of just buying a Bramble Vest, they've actually committed to the entire Thornmail here, which I think might not be the best case. I think if it were me on this Sejuani right now, I'd probably be looking at more like a Bandle Pipes. Because this is, you know, Bandle Pipes hasn't been nerfed yet. It's going to be nerfed next patch. So right now, when you've got a champion like a Caitlyn on your team, you know, you really expedite her by giving her that 30% extra attack speed. And you can trigger it on almost every single one of your abilities. But Yunara is very much just caught here. Trundle is going to try and finish this off with the Chomp, but unfortunately he is all alone. And we're going to see Azir come in with the Shuffle. He does actually kill the Mordekaiser, but I don't really like that play because you end up giving a triple kill over to Bicky, who is more than happy to just take that gold right there. 3 quick kills onto him, building a 1k gold lead out of thin air. And that is more than enough here for good Chimps, who are 6.6k gold in the lead right now. And they are looking primed to take this to what will be the first ever Game 5 of Winter Open 2026. We did have a Game 5 in the finals of Summer 25. It was, if I remember correctly, Motorola Esports versus Cutters Cuties. That was the last best of 5 that went to 5 games in MiniLCS. So if they can do this, I mean, honestly, I think if they fail to do it from this position, that will be a catastrophe. Words have been so hard today, bro. I don't know. My brain has not wanted to do words today at all. But
braining.
Yeah, the braining don't want to brain today. But yeah, they're 6.2k in the lead right now. I think if they throw from this position, it's going to be super rough, right? They're very much primed to carry. If they have control of lanes, then someone like a Caitlyn can actually just one-shot Curse of Ra on this Yunara before she gets the DPS, right? Like if she's sitting in a bush and she gets multiple headshots off of it with this build that she's got, where she's not prioritized attack speed, but she does have a ton of crit, she does have a ton of AD. I mean, she's sitting on 3 longswords for Christ's sake. She can just sit in a bush, stack headshot, and then boom, like 2 auto attacks, and I shit you not, Yunara should be dead. As long as they're crits, there'll be massive damage. And like we can see how much control they have of the area right now because they're able to just easily take this Drake, and there's nothing that can be done about it. And Talia did use the Weaver's Wall there to get herself to what I assume was safety. She may have been caught, but we saw that cooldown go.
I gotta
right
say,
there. Go on.
I do like the FRUITMAXXERS decision here, being like, let's not fight for this one. Let's just take our time and maybe wait for a better option. Also, when it comes to souls, I don't feel like the Era soul is the worst one to give away, especially when you look at this team. I don't really feel that it does a whole lot for you other than Mordekaiser. I don't think there is a huge amount of champions that really benefit from that added movement speed. So when your ult is used, so I'm kind of okay with this, and I kind of like them being like, you know what, let's not take any bad fights. We know we're behind. Give time. We have a chance to scale, and we just work off that. So I'm very happy there. The one thing that if FRUITMAXXERS want to get back into this game, especially when you're behind, the most important part is identify your carries and make sure that they actually get the gold that they need. So right now you should be probably talking about how can we guarantee to get gold into Snow and into Curse of Ra. If you can guarantee those 2 things, I still think you have a decent chance here. As we say that,
I don't disagree with you, but when we see Trundle get immediately caught here, and there is nowhere he is going. We're going to see the first Curse of the Forge God land, but then when he throws himself in with the E, like there's no real thing that they can do to back him up here. It was always a man down. Snow was always on the top side, so throwing yourself in there was a very troll move by Secluded Pathos. When we see Yunara throw the Q in the opposite direction, I genuinely do think there's tilt going on here. Like some of the plays that are occurring in this game feel like it just doesn't feel like we're playing to the best of our abilities anymore. It feels like a little bit of defeatist mentality, but like we're gonna see Chi get this probably uncontested Baron. You know, Trundle's still dead for another 7 seconds. Rakan is hovering around, but Leona's gonna make sure he can't do anything. And they're gonna lock him down as well as lock down that Baron buff here. And now Patarina trying to make something happen onto Azir. Azir has summoned the Sun Disc, but unfortunately the Sun Disc is not quite as strong as a regular turret. So they are going to take his life from underneath the turret. Meanwhile, though, Trundle is going to look for a solo bolo onto Talia here, but Mordekaiser is nearby, and with the seismic shove, going to pop her away. Luckily, Yunara's here, and you mentioned we want to get the gold onto the people who need the gold, and right now, Yunara getting that kill is a big turning point. They're going to try here to go onto Mordekaiser, and they get the double kill here again on the Yunara. So Yunara is actually taking the gold lead here in her lane. She's the only person on her team that has a personal gold lead, but you know, she's the person right now that if you give the tools to, she might be able to 1v9. And I'm gonna quickly check a look. Yeah, look, she's literally got the most gold in the game as we speak. And you know, that's gonna be your saving grace here right now. Can Curse of Ra do it? Can they actually pull the game back from this deficit? Because they're the only person on their team that isn't behind. They're the only person on their team that's at 3 items right now. And those items aren't cheap items either, by the way. They're pretty expensive items, so they're pretty good to... It's a good place to be in. And if they're going to do anything in this game, if they're going to pull this game back in any kind of way, it's going to be through playing through Curse of Ra. So we're going to have to watch that with close intent, because they still have Baron here for at least 90 seconds.
There are two things that I'm going to add. Number one, and this is for Secluded Pathos, considering that he's just popped into the series. Technically he should be fresh, but you haven't been in this series the entire time, so you're just probably not dialed in completely yet. So I think that he's got a bit of an excuse there. The others, but this goes for both teams, I think that there might be some fatigue going on. Them just missing simple things. They know they're better than this, but you're just missing simple things, because this is already game 4. My assumption is that because their top laner had to go, they needed to find a solution, so that took a bit of time as well, and then they needed to figure out a draft to work with. So all these guys, they're going pretty late already. And you do get tired after a little while. This is the one thing that you need to take into account as soon as you get to best of 5. Best of 3 games, it's pretty doable. As soon as you go past those 3, for some people you just get really, really tired. And not only do you need to have great mental, you need to make sure that you have your checklist down on all the things here.
We're gonna see immediately Rakan gets obliterated here. And that is the 4th death of the game for this Rakan, and this is looking really good CHImps favored right now, as we're seeing all of their frontline just being blasted. Meanwhile, Yunara didn't really have an opportunity to get any kind of DPS out, and they don't have a wave here, but they do have Drake up, so it looks like they're pathing towards maybe trying to end the game here. You can see they're going to shred the wave. They have a couple minions behind them, but Snow is still alive. You mentioned that this best of 5 is an endurance test, but time waits for no man, and as tired as FRUITMAXXERS might be, good CHImps have done the exact same, and they are thriving through it right now as they have 8k gold in the lead. They are cracking down on inhibitor turrets, and now Rakan is here. Rakan's going to go for the knockup, but he doesn't actually land it. Zenith Blade is going to land here onto Rakan, though, and that's going to be one Nexus turret down. Azira is going to be hammering down onto Mordekaiser. He's looking to get something here, but look who's coming up. Trundle's here, Ornn's here, Yunara's here. They're going to try their best to keep this one going up. Sunday's going to come up, and they're going to try what they can do, but watch Sejuani! Sejuani taking the Nexus. She's actually going to finish the game. They're going to take it to a game 5. Holy. Good CHImps bring us to our first 5-game series in MiniLCS Winter Open 2026. And if you are FRUITMAXXERS right now, it's so difficult, right? You had the match point, you lost game 1, you went back to back, and then this game happens. And that was literally one auto attack away from not being the end of the game. But they pull it back. And we are going to go to Silver Scrapes, which is crazy. So I need to look that song up before we go to a break. But yeah, it was not as close as some of the other games, to be honest with you. Some of the other games were significantly closer, but that still, I mean, we need to see whether or not FRUITMAXXERS can bounce back. You know, it is the midnight hour for them right now, and if they can't do or die, it will be rough. But we will be back in about 10 minutes. Hold tight. We will see you all soon. All right, we made it back. Game 5, let's go.
One more time.
One
One more time. The cockroaches made it to game 5, ladies and gentlemen. The chimps aren't going away at all.
I actually
So,
really like this
if we-
draft for them, to be fair. I really like the Viego for Theoske. I think it's we've seen him perform really well on the champion before in group stages, if I remember correctly. I think we saw him do a good number of things on it against I believe Hagrid Hermione's. I like the Braum. The Braum first pick is ambitious considering he did get nerfed recently, but it does do a lot of it does a lot of good in bot lane, right? It creates kind of this weird dynamic where if you pick stuff with like mainly projectile based kind of damage, which they clearly just immediately did because they just picked up Zeri in R2, it can nullify a lot of it. So I'm gone.
I gotta say, the one thing I am slightly concerned about, I'll say, is you've got Jinx. You want to guarantee that she can get the reset so that she can really get going and going and going. But I kind of feel like it's gonna be a bit hard to really get them because you've got Kayle. Well, I'm assuming this is the Kayle mid and a Shogath top, so that means that you've got a Kayle who is scaling quite a while, so you're gonna have to depend on your Shogath afterwards. I'm a bit concerned about that part of the draft here. There is excellent protection to get into her, but on the other side, I really like the Lulu Zeri pairing together. And if you look at the rest, like any engage or anything that you do, they have excellent ways to shut it down. You've got Vi to shut down anything with the assault and battery, is it? The ultimate?
Cease and desist.
I'm kind of blanking on it. Cease and desist, sorry. Cease and desist, I'm blanking on the name.
After a while, so I'm going to quickly look it up. But I know at one point it was definitely called cease and desist. But it might be called something different. Oh no, it's still called cease and desist. Let's go.
Okay, it's still this cease and desist. Okay, so you've got the cease and desist. You've then got the Cassandra who can just pull somebody out of that fight instantly. And if all of that wasn't bad enough, you still have the Annie afterwards with the ultimate who can just come over the top. So I feel like they have crafted FRUITMAXXERS have drafted such a good comp here to basically deal with all the things that good chips want to do. So this is going to be a bit of a game of cat and mouse. And basically whoever fails in their quest the first time around, I feel that that's kind of gonna be the end all be all of all the things, because this is well, this is interesting.
So they've gone Annie top and Cassante mid. So let me cook, right? I think the reason why is because they were very committed mentally to having the Kayle, like the Kayle v Annie matchup, right? Because I think Annie into Kayle is quite a hard lane for Kayle, right? Whereas if you do Kayle into Cassante, then Cassante is probably not going to be able to punish her in the same way that Annie can. I don't like it though, and this is the reason why. Annie is not mobile. Annie is very squishy. Annie has no protective tools outside of her shield, which really, since they tried to angle her towards support, her shielding is actually more beneficial to allies than it is to her. So I think that there's every opportunity here that if Theoske roams, he ganks top a lot, he lives top, I think that Secluded Pathos is going to have a hard time, because in this long lane, if you are pushed up, there is nowhere for her to go. She has one flash every 5 minutes, and that is it, right? So if this Viego can punish her, then yes, cool, you got an advantageous lane, but you're getting farmed every time he finishes his camps. Like you're his 7th camp if he plays correctly, right? And we can see that Vi is pathing top to bot here, so clearly Pensive wants to play for Gerson and Paper Knight as opposed to for the Annie, whereas Theoske is pathing towards Katarina. He's pathing up to the top side. He's gonna be looking to punish this Annie. Whether or not it's to get kills on himself or Kayle, it doesn't matter. They both can do a lot with it. I think that the good Chi comp is resets all the time, right? Like if they get one kill in a team fight, they should just win the team fight because they get excited and they get the reset on the Viego ultimate, and he gets to become the next champion that they just killed. He gets a reset on all of their abilities because he gets, you know, like he uses his abilities to kill them, then they die, then he resets by turning into them, and all of their cooldowns are up. So he gets to use all of their abilities, and then his ultimate again, presumably meaning he'll get another kill. And then we reset, right? And every single time they do that, Vicky and Thieska will be, you know, they'll just become super problematic if they can get those resets. But what I will say is that with the Cassante mid, Cassante is not a punishable champion. Cassante is like kind of just a brick shithouse, right? He's super difficult to kill, and once he gets all out, he becomes super good at killing other people, as well as still super difficult to kill somehow. So with that in tow, like, you know, with that knowledge kind of there, I'm gonna be watching mid and top here eagerly. I think that bot lane should kind of be a bit of a snooze fest. I don't think we're gonna have too much action there unless Pensive makes them have action there. But mid lane, you know, Aramiria on this Cho'Gath and Snow on this Cassante. I don't think there's anything interesting that will happen between them 1v1, but as soon as someone else enters the fray, like as soon as Vi is there, as soon as Viego is there, then we're gonna see something happen for sure. But here we go, gank number 1 for Viego. Gonna catch Annie at a neutral state of the lane. Very nice 2-man stun by Annie. Is gonna make nothing happen there though. And she's just gonna fall back a little bit. You know, she's not down in CS. I'm gonna see the Viego choose to leave the lane, go for the reset, probably start back up on his bot side camps. There's one more thing than the Vi was able to do though, I'll say. Like they're both on 24. Yes, yeah. So they both did 1 full clear plus got 1 grab.
I am somewhat surprised that I don't see more champions or more players pick up on the hidden jungle tech. As in, when you're playing a jungler, such as Vi, such as Jarvan, such as Lee Sin, anybody with a dash basically, right? Who can jump over the wall of from the wolves. So when you run to your bot side quadrant, you can jump over that wolves wall, right? You can basically do 3 camps on the top side, take a base. You're 2 to 3 seconds slower in general, but you've got an extra item because you have spent that gold on an item then. Which means that any fight you take afterwards with the opposing jungler, because you have that item advantage, you generally win those. So this is something that I would very much like to see people pick up. And it's something I'm somewhat surprised that wasn't done here, because this is the ideal game for doing it. But it is what it is. It also makes your gank a bit more powerful. I'm somewhat surprised not to see that tech being picked up yet. And this is the one ability I really hate on the Cassante, that he can just buffer any kind of CC or anything else and then just charge forward nonetheless. I hate that ability so much.
Yeah, it's a particularly strong ability. It's like a buffed up version of Bellow's Breath in that sense, where because he becomes unstoppable and it's on such a short cooldown, it's so abusable. But we're gonna see, talking of abuse, we're gonna see Annie get ganked here. She's gonna flash in with a Tibbers and she's gonna try and see if she can kill Kayle here, but it looks like Viego's gonna get first blood. And for some reason, Tibbers stopped aggroing onto Kayle there, even though it went under the turret. I don't know if that was like a misclick from Secluded Pathos or if it was the AI being weird, but you know, when Annie dies, Tibbers supposed to go, like, he gets increased attack speed, increased move speed. He's supposed to chase down the nearest enemy.
No, he goes for the enemy who did the last amount of damage onto you.
Oh,
which in this case, yes, which in this case is Toiske. So because of that, basically Toiske, not only does he get a much needed kill, he basically saves his top laner by taking that kill, because that will then all of a sudden make sure that the Tibbers comes towards you, and if Toiske then jumps into the whatever fragment is left of Annie, I actually think, if I'm not mistaken, that even resets it, meaning that at that point Tibbers is kind of stuck in between no man's land because he doesn't know where to go after anymore. So this is, I gotta say, this is an interesting error. Oh, well, error, not really an error, an unforeseen advantage that you can pick up.
Oh, ultimately, they're going to be
as
used
we
by
see.
Zeri. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything off of it, though. The chompers there kind of neutered Curse of Ra's ability to kind of get in. And we're going to see a flash burn there in the mid lane by Aramiria. Look at Viego, though. Viego is here for the gank. They do see him on a ward, so it looks like nothing else is really going to come of it. But we haven't really spoken about it, but there was a Drake pickup by Vi on I think about a minute or so ago, a minute and a half. So they were able to punish the fact that Viego was shown top. Yeah, he did get that kill, but at least it was a trade. They start the Drake stacking here. Zeri is a very strong late game hyper carry champion, so they can get those Drake stacked. They can kind of play for her. I do worry a little bit. I think she's going to be the main source of damage here, and if she can't get the job done, it's gonna be a rough game for FRUITMAXXERS if they can't. But okay, they're gonna land Tibbers here. It's gonna be a trade of ultimates though. Kale is gonna use hers, and that's gonna be Tibbers dead here. I do not know whose cooldown is longer between the two. I would assume that Tibbers' cooldown is a little bit shorter. So let's say that's maybe a neutral play, but like a little bit positive here for Annie. Although Annie is about to get reset upon. We see the flash W is gonna land here. Annie's gonna get stunned up, and surely we're gonna see the Heartbreaker. Theiska is going to get that kill here, and that's going to put him 600 gold ahead of that Vi. And it's going to give Katarina some much-needed time here to actually get some gold, right? She's been a little bit behind for most of the lane, and getting that 3 times to just kind of scale. She wants to get to level 11, you know, that's when I think it becomes so much harder for Sakura Pathos to be able to threaten her. And with Storm here, Cassante doesn't seem phased by it. He's very happy to still kind of take these fights. He's super beefy. He's still got about 30% of his mana bar. They knew Theiska was on the grubs, so they knew he wasn't going to be nearby. And with all that said and done, the gold lead sits at about 700 for good CHImps right now. And control of mid lane is firmly in Snow's hands as he pilots this Cassante, which a weird champ to have in the pool if you're a mid laner. Zeri gonna find an angle here onto the Jinx. He's gonna have to walk into the chompers and get rooted, but there should still be a free kill. It is a 2v1 after all. And Braum is gonna arrive in the lane after his AD carry has just been punished. And there is nothing for him to get here, especially with Vi floating around as well. Vi was getting the bot crab while that play occurred, so had there been some kind of change in numbers, they had the backup there as well. So good kind of good shadowing there for Pensive, even though he is down in gold right now. He's up in camps. He's trying to kind of be where he can, you know, but I think it's still like it's a little bit more favored for this Viego right now. And I want to see that reset coming here for the bot lane. Zeri does get Yuntal Wild Arrows, so she's gonna have item advantage on Jinx. I really want to see FRUITMAXXERS play around that here. I think if they don't try and punish Jinx now while they have the advantage, they need to strike while the iron is hot. We have 35 seconds until the next Drake. If they can find a play on that bot side before that Drake is taken, you know, they can try and translate it into the Drake. But who knows what will happen here as bases are coming in. Triforce is completed for Viego, so that is a major power spike for him in this build. It's not the normal Viego build, to be fair, but I don't dislike it here. He's going to be a little bit more robust. 3-man commit here to the mid lane, and they are going to get Snow. Just caught a little bit off guard there, I think, not expecting the 3-man commit. And now with Pensive here, this is going to be surely a good CHImps objective take. I don't think that FRUITMAXXERS can really contest it. It will be a 3v4 as soon as Vicky joins. So if I were FRUITMAXXERS right now, you should just go for your waves. Just leave the Drake.
But in the top lane.
Oh, nice there. Okay. Secluded Pathos getting something while his team fails to achieve anything. Although, look, Zeri has to flash in immediately because she cannot be caught by those chompers if they want to make this play work. And they should be able to kill Jinx here. We're going to see surely last auto attack coming in here. Vi is going to get it because for some reason, Curse of Ra committed to the higher L target. Walked away from the free kill in the Jinx. And unfortunate there for the side of FRUITMAXXERS that they had to put the kill onto the Vi, but it might get her back in the game a little bit right now. You know, she's still sitting on a little bit under what she needs to be to get up to first item parity with the Viego. So She's nearly got her Phage. She might be sitting on enough gold to actually buy it now, but she's going to start clearing her camps instead. And notably, Snow did have the flash there about 20 seconds ago, so we might see a gank here as Viego is going to make his presence known. He drops the mist, he jumps in on Cassante. Cassante is super low here, but Cassante is about to do things that Cassante does, and he is going to get him under the turret with all out and turns what should have been a clean 2v1, so like 1 for nothing into a 1 for 1. And that was really well played there by Snow, just doing the average Cassante activity, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that was very well played. The other thing that I've quickly checked while I had some time for it was you asked earlier if it's worth, as we say that, we've got a fight going on in the bot lane where they kind of catch up.
Oh, Zeri went really in though. That is a very, very kind of aggressive play. She does have ulti here. She's going to be able to get a 1 for 1, but Jinx gets the kill here on return, and I think Lulu is definitely dead here. I don't like this. I think that you, in that instance where you have the option to kill the Jinx or you have the option to kill Braum, you should be targeting the Jinx. Like, Jinx can actually turn the play around, whereas if that was Braum that was left alive, there was no play to be had, right? They would have probably got double kill, and then Trogath would have been in a 2v1 and he would have had to just leave it, right? But leaving the Jinx alive, she has the DPS to finish off Zeri, and then once she gets excited, Lulu is a formality.
I kind of feel that they somewhat failed to give over the gold to the Jinx in this case here. Because the kill ends up going over onto the Shogath, the Lulu kill. Whereas you could have had 2 kills on that Jinx, make sure that she's completely back into this game because of Ra got accelerated earlier with getting caught. Catching out to Jinx when they jumped over the wall. So I kind of feel that that's a bit of a missed opportunity.
I think that was. Do you know what I think that was? I think it was
Go ahead.
Probably Aramiria in comms being like, I walked down here, give me my fucking consume stack. You know, like, yeah, I've committed this time to walk down here.
He didn't use it. He didn't use the consume to get it.
Oh, he didn't?
He got it with the he got it with the silence. The, what is it, Feral Scream, if I've got this correctly?
He got it with the E.
Yeah, no, with the W. Yeah. The E is the spikes.
Yeah, the spikes, yeah.
So, but no, this is some really good stuff overall. I do think that was a bit ambitious of their bot lane, but it is what it is. Now, I quickly looked at, I still got something I looked at for you, and I'll hold that idea.
Oh, look at the exhaust though, immediately put down onto Zeri, and Zeri can't do anything in this fight. She's on the other side of it. Her team aren't really there to help. As she does commit in and get 1 kill here, but you're in the wrong place. Like I said earlier, this is Reset City, you know? This good chimp comp thrives off of resets. Like, they get 1 kill, and as long as Jinx or Viego were a part of it, they should just win the fight. And that's kind of what happened there, where they were even ignoring Zeri, which I think was a bad idea at the beginning. But again, you got that 1 reset, and then you kill the next person, then you got the next reset, and then, yeah, okay, awkwardly Jinx dies, but 2 people are still alive, and they have 1 person with a reset, and so they just kill the Zeri. She can't do anything. She had to, in fact, path so aggressively to even kill the Jinx that she's essentially sacrificing herself for the cause of getting 300 gold. And so...
I gotta say that I am very impressed by Doska piloting this Viego. He's everywhere where he needs to be. Currently, an amazing KDA, and making sure that he's setting up his lanes as much as possible while still getting the gold onto himself to really be that reset carry. The interesting part, and considering it now that it has reached that point, I might as well point this out. I checked for you what the cooldown was on the ultimates in the top lane. Level 1, that ultimate is 160 seconds and only 130 for Annie. So you've got a 30-minute window if you just trade it. Yeah. So that becomes worth it.
Hold up, though. Again, good damage coming out here by the Jinx. The Wild Growth is going to make sure that Vi doesn't die to an execute via Vicky, but not a bad play there. Although I will say that I think TP was committed, right? Yeah, the KO TP was committed to that play, and so that's going to give some time here for Annie in that top lane to probably get the push here. They're going to focus on getting Drake, so it will be second Drake of the game here for good chimps. Again, I think we mentioned this in a different game, in a different draft we were casting, but having the Cho'Gath here is just like,
it makes it impossible for teams to be able to try and contest it. They have to take the fight if they want to try to contest. And this is a questionable Herald here, considering they completely abandon the lane. Like, they pop Herald, and then they just leave it. Like, if you committed to it and then said, all right, we'll fight to make sure this lands, then yeah, that's maybe good. But unfortunately, they just bail, and so we see the Herald ends up hitting some minions and then being the end of it. Although, here comes Aramiria on the Cho'Gath trying to find the Annie, and this is the second time we've seen Annie do this. Annie goes in for the flash, committing her life to attempt to get a kill, and she fails to actually secure it. And it's 2 and 3 right now on this Annie champ for Secluded Pathos, but...
And this time, the bear did chase the Kayle.
It did.
I don't know if you noticed.
It didn't get it, but yeah.
Yeah, but is it maybe because the other one was out of range?
Coming out, Jinx was excited and she just goes straight into shredding Zeri. And now look, because now the Vi is dead, they're gonna be able to chase down Lulu. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, tandem flashes. It's gonna make sure that Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't keep Jinx excited, but that is complete control over this mid tier 2 being handed over to the Chimps, and they are, I think they're commanding this game right now, no? I think that the play here from the Cho'Gath, who's gone full tank, by the way, he knows his job in this game. He may have played mid lane, but it has very little to do with how he's building. His job in this game is just to be frontline, in the same way that Snow is doing on the Cassante as well. And the real damage threats here are going to be eventually this Kayle, who is level 12 on 1 item right now, and the Jinx, who, while she is, again, 1.1k down... sorry, no, she's 1k up. Sorry, it's blue, not red. Ignore me. She has accelerated over the Zeri pretty massively over the last 5 to 10 minutes. And
so
the Viego as well. You know, Viego's here to carry as well. The Cho'Gath is really just here to eat damage and to secure the objectives at this point. I think his job is to make it so that Theoske's smite is not 1.4k, but like more like 3k. And
yeah, but there is one downside of playing this jungler not being the one who's doing the using the ult, because then you have to basically agree on who goes first. That gives a minute chance for the opponent, if they're really fast to react, to still get in there and get the smite despite everything. But as I was pointing out earlier, and we do see it going on again in the top lane, there was an advantage of 30 seconds for the Annie early on in terms of the ult. As soon as we get to level 2s, being level 11 for both champions, it's a 5-second difference. So that difference isn't that large anymore. As soon as they get to level 16, both of them, it becomes a, if I've got this correctly, a 20-second advantage for the Kayle. Considering that Kayle is a massive scaling champion and is going to outscale this Annie, that means that the only way this Annie pick really works out is if she is able to somehow blow up the Kayle in one go. Like, when she drops that ultimate onto Kayle, that Kayle has to be nuked. The Kayle needs to disappear from the map, because otherwise everything is just going to end up being turned around. So I do feel that there's a bit of a timer onto the FRUITMAXXERS here, and considering that they are behind right now, I'm a tad concerned for them.
yeah,
But they certainly have the tools to turn this around, and we still haven't seen a real full 5v5. Right now, the Annie on Secluded Pathos has been in the top lane, nearly dealing with Patarina exclusively, and absorbing gank after gank, while not dying too much, considered the amount of times that Tuska has been up there. So, Secluded Pathos is still doing a fairly decent job, making sure that he is limiting the windows for the opposition going forward here. If I were to look at this team, how do you get your win conditions? Well, it's pretty easy for FRUITMAXXERS. Get the gold onto Secluded Pathos so that he can blow up the Kayle in one go, and get the gold onto Curse of Ra. I think those are your two fairly easy win conditions. And if we look on the other side, well, it's kind of the same lanes. It's Jinx and Patarina, with Tuska actually being an X factor here, because he also can use those resets to great value.
oh no, 100%.
So I'm very curious to see. How this is going to go. But it's slightly easier when you just have to focus gold onto two people. because that's easier than finding avenues for 3.
I mean, I would say for good chimps, they kind of have they have the ability to be able to get gold onto that third person, onto that third carry, because they have control of the game right now, right? Like, their camps are their camps, whereas they're forcing FRUITMAXXERS away from camps. Meaning that, for example, if Vi wanted to farm, she kind of has to farm lanes right now. She has to farm lanes, or she has to play on the opposite side of the map from where the chimps are, because the chimps have control where they are. And so we can see here they're trying to actually force in on this this dragon play, but luckily here FRUITMAXXERS have committed all of their members to try and make sure they can get this Drake. They want to prevent the soul point as much as they can, although Zeri is about to walk into melee range of this Cho'Gath, and this is a very dangerous place for Zeri to be. She's trying to kite it as much as she can. She ults, but immediately eats the rupture, and Braum is going to land the ultimate here. And I think, I can't even see where the Drake is. The Drake is on 2k health right now, so it's going to get
2k health.
Taken. They get it, they're going to prop, Hibber's going to come down onto Braum, and this is a lot of damage on a support, but they do eventually finish him. K'Sante is going to land the 2-man knockup, and he's going to throw himself in, but Vi's going to die on the side, and the resets are coming in. Cho'Gath looks like he's going to die, but look, Jinx is not being hit. She's getting to free fire, and she's just hitting with the rockets, and she's going to take at least 2 people, surely. Never mind, K'Sante, that's K'Sante thinks of Viego, it's going to go down. And then Nazari's going to finish off Jinx, and that's a shutdown here onto Bicky. So Curse of Ra's going to walk out of that one. We can see here Patarina is on the way, but this is the cost of doing business here, unfortunately. When Patarina decided not to be a part of that fight, Patarina decided he wanted to go and get tier 3 mid, right? And so that was meaning his team is at a disadvantage. They're going to lose the Drake. They're going to lose the fight. Although it does look kind of equal now that I think about it, right? They're going to finish off this K'Sante eventually. But by the time, because of how long it's taken them to kill him, he's out for the next major fight if they choose to fight this Baron, which might not be to his team's favor, because he is their front line, and he is the main person they need to kind of eat shit for them, essentially. And we're going to see Zeri is here. We're seeing a TP coming in mid, and Vi is looking like he wants the Vault Breaker, but that's a Cho'Gath. You do not win that fight when you are Vi right now. The Super Mega Death Rocket does whiff, but Braum is going to make sure he stays on top of Vi, and that is just a massive blunder by Pensive. 4th death of the game for him, and with him being dead, the pings are coming out, and they know they can take this Baron. There's 2 smites on their side versus 0 on the side of the FRUITMAXXERS, because Pensive just... he literally flipped the game there on hoping the TP was KO. Because if it was KO, then he might have been able to one-shot, but if it wasn't KO, there's nothing he can do. And so we just... I don't know how I feel about that. That was super rough here. And with the Baron now down, we've got 3 minutes here for the good chimps to try and put the final nail in the coffin against FRUITMAXXERS. They have a 5k gold lead as it speaks, but
I understand Pensive's train of thought here. He sees a TP, he's not immediately thinking that this could be the tank. He's thinking, oh, this could be the Kayle. If I blow the Kayle up here, then we could technically get Nash. And remember, this is game 5. They are definitely going to be a bit tired.
Yeah, of course.
After their games, so he might have just been focused or tunnel visioning. Oh, this has to be Kayle. We can just kill Kayle here. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Gets turned around and basically flips the game, puts a
and now
very
we
bad.
See this is going to be super rough for him. He's going to eat the Super Mega Death Rocket. He's going to get killed by Blossom, and his jungle just isn't his anymore. I would love to be in the VC right now of their team, because I have a feeling that Pensive is losing his mind. Like, if I was in his shoes, I would be losing my mind. You know, you lose the Baron off of what was a bad play by him, and then you're like, all right, I just need to farm to get back into the game. Oh, look, there's my blue buff. Oh, wait, there's 3 members of the enemy team. Where's my team? Farming lanes and trying to get back into the game. I guess I'll die then. You know, like, it's super rough for him.
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
I agree on it being rough, but again, if you then look team-wise, like, what is your job as Vi? It is either to engage or to peel for you. You don't... She's got 2 items. Yes, sure, that's not ideal, but if you can use that ultimate to peel your Zeri, make sure that she can survive. It's totally worth it.
Speaking
so,
of, we're going to see that Aramiri is taking a ton of damage here from this area. It looks like he is going to go down. That should be a big shutdown onto the Jinx. Oh no! The Jinx is just going to lay into them. And that is 3 men in proximity taking rockets. There's nothing they can do. And Secluded Pathos is the only man left alive. He is going to hit the Tibbers, but the Kayle comes out immediately to block it. And that is going to be a free kill here onto Theaske. And that is going to be the game. Game 5 is going to go over to good chimps. And they run close to a reverse sweep, essentially. They won game 1, lost back-to-back 2 and 3, and then they bring it back with...
The cockroaches will not be denied. They stay alive. They keep staying. Just can't exterminate them. FRUITMAXXERS did their absolute best, but they're making it to finals, and they just will not go down. Unbelievable. Whenever you think that you count these good chimps out, nope, they're like, no. We've still got one more bullet in the chamber, and we're gonna make damn sure that we use it. This is pretty well played. Patarina navigating a not very favorable matchup, making sure that he stays relevant there. Very well done. Tuska had an absolutely exquisite game this time around, so I gotta say I was very impressed there. And they made it work with Bicky. Bicky ended up, if I'm not mistaken, the 3 games that he played, won all 3 of them. So
Yes. Yeah,
that was fairly impressive as well. So this was very, very, very impressive, and they played this very well. And remember last time that we saw the Shogath, it was in a speed up comp, so they were easy to get into that fight, whereas here it just didn't happen. It just wouldn't work. There we go. And when you also look at the damage graphs here, I'm surprised that Patarina didn't do more damage actually.
I mean, the lane was incredibly difficult for them, right?
Yeah.
I think it was kind of a passenger in this game. It was there to ult the Jinx, if anything.
Yeah, but then again, getting the resources, being the backup carry, making sure that you set the others up. Hey, sometimes during the game you gotta realize that the game ain't revolving about you, and you gotta make sure that you are useful for the team and still have a good contribution. He made sure that he contributed to this game as much as possible by eating a boatload of ultimates and focus from the Annie, and making sure that he kept others alive with a couple of clutch holds. So all in all, well played, despite not being top of the charts in damage, what you would expect from a Kayle.
You remember old school support Kayle, where he was like mainly playing with your W, because the W gave attack speed and heal.
Oh god.
And we're talking like season 3, season 4 times. Yeah, that's
what
Patarina did on that Kayle today. They got fucked in lane by Annie. They got the Viego fed because the Annie kept pushing up and then just getting killed. And then they pressed R and W in team fights onto the Jinx. Hell yeah. Interactive gameplay. Before we wrap up, I want to just quickly broach the topic of MVP. So I think my MVP is probably, and I know it's got to be role favored, but I would say it'd have to be Theoske. I think that in the 3 wins that they had, he was a large proponent in why they won them. You know, in the Viego in this game, I think the resets were really important. He outplayed Pensive in the early game for sure. I think in the Nefiri game, he was the primary carry of that game. And then in the game 4, the one they just won before this, oh my god, who was it they played in game 4? Words. I cannot remember off the top of my head. I'll find it.
For my game 4 MVP, it is
he played the Sejuani, but
he played the Sejuani. That wasn't, in my opinion, that wasn't as impressive.
No, it wasn't. But I think the other 2 games were. I think that game 4. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that game 4 was mainly the Mordekaiser show. That was Patarina.
That was Patarina. So.
Yeah. So, but then that would mean if I'm saying that he's MVP of game 4, I'm saying Theoske is game 1 and game 5. Then it's on 2-1. I'd still give it to him. But who would you give MVP to?
Well, I go game by game. So I look like, how did you do in those games? Game 1 for me was Theoske. He played really well in that one. Then game 4 for me, it was Patarina. I don't think that there was a big argument there. And this game, even though Theoske had a really big impact everywhere, the one person who was always there to back up the team, got excited, and then absolutely dragged everything over the line is the AD carry here. So for me, I'd say you've got over the 3 wins, you've got 3 different people. And what would be the deciding factor for me would be that Bicky only played in 3 games. And in all 3 of the games that Bicky played, he made sure that his team was on the winning end. Like, you can say what you want. The other games, they also happened. And for me personally, I'd actually go Bicky for MVP because I think that you gotta take that into account as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah, fair enough. All right, we'll make sure to get that out in the general chat in a second. So I will post the Discord link in a second. In the Twitch chat, and then we will get that poll out. And then for any of you guys who watch the game, you have a kind of feeling on who you think deserved MVP. You can vote in the poll that is about to go live. So I will put that one up right now. I'm gonna create a poll. MVP FMX versus Chi, and we are doing it between Theska and between Bicky. Yeah. All right, cool. That'll be up for the next hour. Make sure to get yourselves in there for the votes. And thank you everybody for watching. This will be the final non-official. I mean, well, this is technically official because it's on the Liga Sharp, YouTube channel. But the non-Aaron Run streams. Let me put it that way. It'd be better to put it that way. We will be back on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday, we have a locked-in time already. It's going to be 7 p.m. GMT, which is going to be the Sweatlord finals. We're going to see Latitude, unbeaten in series so far, go up against the back-to-back defending champions in Cutters Cuties. It will be can the North Macedonian Death Squad of of Papirot, Chris, Humble, and White Satin alongside their Danish brethren in Magnus. Can they stop the three-peat, or am I about to lose my hair? That's the real question for that one. And then Saturday and Sunday we will have the Weenie Hut Junior and this Hardstuck Heroes grand finals. The dates and times, which game is going to be on which date is currently not 100% confirmed, but it will be confirmed on the server as soon as we can humanly do it. They will all be live. We will be in an in-person studio. So I believe the current plan is for Friday to be myself and Ivan casting. So Ivan, mid laner of Vicky Mendoza. Saturday will be myself and I'm not 100% sure who, because we think Saturday is going to be the Weenie Hut Junior bracket game. So obviously Ivan will be playing, so he cannot be casting. And then Sunday will be myself and Sai. So that'll be a fun one to come watch. But yeah, in terms of times, we are unsure. All we know is that all of the games will be live, and all of the games will be all of the kind of studio end content will be in person. So we will have an in-person stream with in-person cams, and it'll be fun. It'll be cool. And then Winter Open 2026 will be in the books. But yeah, well, thank you everybody for watching. We will see all of you soon. We'll see all of you on Friday. In fact, actually, I was gonna just say last thing. I'm gonna wait for the carousel to really quickly just kind of get to it. But we do have 2 new events coming up. So we have operated by Eunice, who is in the chat. We're gonna have the 2XKO event on March 21st, starting at 5 p.m. GMT. Signups are gonna be open. We will be posting the sign up link today. I'll get it out as soon as we're done here. And that will be the week prior. We're gonna have the MiniLCS Lore and Legends TFT tournament happening, operated by Misco. Gonna be on Saturday, the 14th of March. So that's gonna be the week after we finish the tournament. We want to try and make sure we get as much content and as much events and stuff for people to take part in going forward, because as much as we enjoy doing this, we can't do it if people aren't here, and people like events, so we're gonna be running events. There you go. You get there will be 2,200 KO points as a prize pool for the 2XKO tournament. There is no prize pool for the TFT Lore and Legends event. Unfortunately, we are too broke to give both tournaments prize support, and also fighting games tend to be a little bit sweatier than TFT auto chess kind of games. So we don't really want to create a sweaty environment in the TFT game, because we have a lot of players from a lot of varying MMRs. So yeah, the TFT prize is the bragging rights, as Eunice says in the chat. But yeah, we can see Sun there as well. Sun is the current defending TFT champion. Gonna have to see if he signs up, if he's gonna defend his title. Same with the 2XKO one. Slimsy is currently the 2XKO champion. Gonna have to see if he can defend his title. Well, I have a sneaking suspicion that if he does participate, he will be in that finals. I don't know if he's gonna win it, but I have a feeling he's gonna make top. But other than that, thank you everybody for joining. We dropped the Rob hike thing already. I can bring that one back in if you'd like. Hold up, I got it set up. Yeah, I suppose we'll hit the last thing with the there we go. We did speak about it a little bit in game 3, but I'll bring it back up here now. I'm also gonna remove our little whoopsie. I'm gonna remove our little image that was hiding the fact that game was a 5-game series. But yeah, just before we cut out, for any of those of you who have money to donate, you wanna be a good Samaritan. Holy moly, we actually cracked that fucking goal by a massive amount from the last time I looked. That is whoever did that, you are my goat. Well done. I appreciate you. But yeah, we're just trying to signal boost our good friend of the server, personal good friend of mine for I've known him since I was 11, so nearly 19 years. That's my goat. Unfortunately, his dad passed away of complications from kidney disease last year. Oh, I believe it was the tail end of 2024 actually, but you know, there was a lot of logistic stuff that had to go into like the funeral and whatnot in 2025, and so it's been a little bit delayed. But eventually, here we are. He wants to do a little charity run for Kidney Research UK. And obviously, Kidney Research UK is a very good personal cause for me. As someone with polycystic kidney disease, is something very close to my heart. So if anybody has the inclination to donate, to contribute, we would lovely appreciate it if you can. Don't feel obligated to. You know, obviously, we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Can't expect anybody to part with money they don't have. But, you know, for anybody that is feeling particularly generous, feel free to check out the page. I'll put the link to it in the Twitch chat. And we will, you know, hopefully we can... I mean, we can already see that the goal has actually been smashed here. So, you know, when I last checked it, we were at like 75%. But now it's already at 127. But you know what? The more money that can go to a good cause, the better. The more we can do for him, the better. You know, like I said... I mean, we spoke about the TFT championship. You know, Colo 50 he's won a couple of those TFT championships. Might show up for the one on the 14th. We'll have to find out. But either way, we appreciate all of you for viewing. We appreciate all of you for sharing it or doing whatever you can. Again, don't feel obligated to or bad if you can't. Everybody has their own financial situations. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, I will see all of you in person on Friday, where by the end of the stream, I might be bald. So that will be fun.
I was about to say, I got one question though.
Oh, go for it.
If your scalp goes off, do we get to see it bald for the next 2 days? Or is it just happening?
Yeah, presumably. After? I'm not going to lie. I have, the plan is...
So Ivan has to bring
No, Ivan won't do it.
Bring something to. Oh, come on!
It will probably be Aaron's girlfriend because, firstly, she's the only person I trust to do it. I think if I leave it to Ivan or Aaron, they will destroy my scalp. I'm like, I trust her to do it, and also I need to give her a little bit of penance for like, you know, stealing her living room for the last 2 years every time we do a finals. Obviously, this is only if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, then it's probably going to be Aaron doing it, because every time I bring it up, he cackles in the most evil fashion. So I'm sure he's very eager to do it. So, but cut his cues. I've got to get the 3-peat first before we even do that. This is all talk about something that might not happen, guys. So, you know. But yeah, no, I've already got a little gimmick in my head thought out. If my head gets shaved, I'm doing the Saturday stream, I'm gonna wear a hat. You're like, no one's seeing it. Fuck you guys. But anyway, thank you everybody for watching. We will see all of you on Friday. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Thank you. Boy. There you go. Nice. Cool. That's us done.
Sorry, I had to put that